The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. How are you? Greetings. Welcome, one and all. I'm Alan. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Happy Monday, white people.
How was Mother's Day?
You're talking to me?
Anyone?
It was fun.
Fine.
We had real low key. We just went to my sister's house, got some takeout, exchanged stories and memories. And
Is there any opportunity for you to remove something from one of your mother's storage units and regift it to her, knowing full well she'll forget it was in there?
no, because I don't have access to them.
And that's why.
Yes.
Because she knows you guys would be doing that all the time.
Look what I got you.
Oh my God, it's a used George Foreman grill.
You know what, though? The weird thing about her is, and this is actually common amongst hoarders, is that they claim to know where every little thing is, and a lot of times that they do. So if I like...
That's Bill Squire and his desk.
I know. But why do you think it triggers me so much when I go in there? When I was moving into my first apartment on my own, I asked my mom, I was like, do you remember this? Like, it was like a painting I had gotten from House of Blues, and she knew exactly where it was, in which storage unit, what part, brought it to me the next day. So
wow.
Sometimes because it's like an OCD thing.
Yeah.
So
I met
Their
Mary's
brain
mom.
is like an encyclopedia of junk.
yes.
Yeah. Say what?
I met Mary's mom for the first time yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she came to the shows.
Oh, you guys didn't all have brunch?
No.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, just me, Cody, and my mom. The three of us have
No,
brunch.
his mom, too.
What you wanted.
That's right. Yeah, the big Bill Squire album recording shows were this weekend.
Yes, and thank you to everybody
How did they
that
go?
came out. They
You
were
had fun? And...
Nobody showed up. They canceled the album,
Yep.
and it's just I'm quitting comedy.
Oh. Boy, I thought it was going to go differently than that.
No, it was incredible. Every show was just so good.
It looked all sold out from
yeah.
what I saw, even Sunday.
Sunday they didn't have the loge open, but the lower part was all sold out. So people came out. Thank you to everybody that came out and bought a poster and just laughed and did great. Like there's more than enough to choose from. Like every single night was an amazing set. So I have my work cut out for me choosing the best stuff. I would like to thank Kate and Colin, who I married a couple of years ago, and they brought me
A thruple.
a snacksaphone.
Working snacksaphone.
They made a real snacksaphone. He 3D printed the box, the lunchbox part, and you can.
Oh, he didn't just buy two things and smash them together.
No.
it's
Wow. I thought he made like a...
It works.
It's like a chimera. Hey, there you go.
So I have a snacksaphone now, and I love that. And my parents came out, and they've never seen me headline a show before because they only come out to shows that I'm going to be clean. And so they came out on Friday, and it was great.
Your mom had the cutest mom moment. He was standing, and there was a line of people waiting to buy merch and take pictures and all this stuff. And she's standing behind him, and she's just kind of watching. And I was standing next to her, and she was like, "This is so crazy." And I was like, "Yeah, it's so exciting. You should be so proud." And she was like, "All these people just want his signature." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "It's kind of a big deal."
And it's not a new development either. That's the interesting thing. Is it's
Yeah, but seeing it versus knowing it happens.
They've never seen it.
They've never really seen it like that. Because when they have seen me do stand up before, I'm opening for Tom Papa, or Brian Regan, and they're like, "Oh, people like Bill, but he's not like them." And now they've seen that I do have some sort of following, and it was nice. My dad took a picture of me on the marquee, and my friend James Burge took a picture of him taking that picture, and it's very adorable.
Very meta.
Very
Yeah.
cute.
My boyfriend said you both were very entertaining.
Aw.
He said that was the first time he saw both of you together.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah,
It was
Mary did a
really
great
fun.
job hosting the show. Thank you, Alan, for putting me on this show so I have a platform to, have people come and see me. It was just really, really good. And
Is this clip from the very last show?
No, this is from the Friday night show where my parents were there, where my mom was there.
Did they go to all the shows? Or
No, just Friday. They just went on Friday.
We've seen this 6 times and it gets
Yeah.
better every time.
No, my dad would be like, "Hey, let me give you a few notes."
Yeah.
My parents are at the show here tonight, and I love them very much, and I appreciate you guys coming out and seeing me do this. Doing this clean set, and I have stomped over all of their beliefs with my actions.
That's his mom.
That's my mom going, sure have. Yeah.
We love you, honey, you godless heathen.
Going to hell, but I love you.
And they still love me and support me at a very high level, and I'm so appreciative of it. And my dad, I got a picture of him taking a picture of the marquee, and it melted my heart. And then also,
Is your heart okay?
We'll be all right.
It's a reforming.
I'll figure it out.
My mom has been one of my biggest fans my entire life, even though she was always trying to push me. She just wanted me to succeed and be happy. And then when she saw that I was actually going to succeed, but happiness is a fleeting thing for me, she's like, "That's good enough." But she is a wonderful.
What are you doing?
I was making fun of that laugh.
But somebody having a good time. What are you making fun of them for?
You gotta do better than
wonderful
that.
lady, and she's the best mom in the whole world. I'm a little biased, and it's Mother's Day this weekend, and I just want to let you know, Mom, I love you so much. And as a little honor to you, she always had a nickname for me. And what was the nickname you always had for me? Bam Bam. And that's what I'm going to call my album.
So the album is an homage to your mother.
Yeah, a little bit.
A
Yeah.
little nickname there.
Bam, I like
Did
that.
you tell her ahead of time you were going to call it Bam Bam?
Nope, she had no idea.
Oh. Did
And
she
she-
cry? Did it bring a tear to her eye?
I don't know.
Was it like an early Mother's Day gift?
I mean, it kind of was, but it was just one of those things that I thought of that about a week ago, and I
Yeah.
was like, you know what, this is a nice way to tell her, so she didn't know that was coming. And
It's between that and Sue's kid.
yeah,
Yeah.
Susie's boy.
Right. Now, for the people who don't listen all the time, by the way, I want to back up a little bit. Explain the snaxophone.
All right, so the snaxophone is one of my inventions. One day we were just like coming up with new dumb ideas.
$1 million ideas.
Yeah, $1 million ideas. And I said the earmuffs that you eat, and then that led to the snaxophone, where it's a saxophone that's got a lunchbox in it.
Yeah.
And someone really thought that was a good idea, so they made a prototype, and now I have an actual working snaxophone.
Now, did they fill it with snacks?
They did, and I ate them all.
Wow! I would imagine that
So-
I would imagine there's probably a different tenor, if you'll pardon the pun, to the sax if it's full of snacks and if it's empty with snacks.
Well, I think it's just a prototype, so the actual saxophone part doesn't. It only works with the buttons up here. It's not. It doesn't actually go into the snaxophone compartment.
I see.
So.
All right.
But we'll work on new ones, and eventually
Sure.
we'll have one that will have
Work out all the kinks.
That'll be a $2 million idea when we get that figured out. All right. Well, congrats on the weekend.
Thank you.
And, yeah, I'm
And
glad
they-
that it went well.
So fun.
The album comes out the 23rd of.
Oh, you've got a
I
date.
got a date.
Oh.
The 23rd of July.
Do you have a photo shoot for your album cover?
Yeah, with James Douglas this weekend. Or this week, we're going to do a photo shoot, and we got to
Gonna have
figure
the
out.
fan blowing on you, hair blowing in the wind.
He's not Michael Jackson.
I don't have that much.
Dirty
Hair,
Diana
yeah.
over here. Yeah. But Poundcake clearly wants to be the creative director for this photo shoot. So,
You can,
James
if
Douglas,
you
a
want to.
creative enough guy in his own right. Poundcake wants to be in the
I just want to wear a
directing thing.
beret and have a nice little curly mustache. All right, places everyone. I need to make magic.
Are you going to
Brings a
have an
megaphone.
old-timey megaphone? Yeah. Step right up.
Action.
Yeah. All right, I've got a break. If you want to get a text in here to me, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. And wherever you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists that you listen to all year long in 2020 on iHeartRadio.
And helped us make it through one of the most challenging years in history.
Our 2021 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Yes. Once again coming to Fox Thursday, May 27th from the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles.
The biggest names in music are nominated.
Science knows.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Another shot to grab. $1,000 in about 7 minutes, 2:30. Next chance for you to go fund yourself. I will have a keyword there. And not to bury the lead, all week, I'm going to have those 9 Inch Nails tickets for you, too. They announced 2 shows at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. It's got to be the tail end of that outdoor concert season, but they're going to be doing Tuesday, September 21st, and Thursday, September 23rd, which means that Wednesday, September 22nd, both bands are going to be walking around doing stuff. I'm not sure why they've got 2 nights with a night in between, but that's how it lays out. So I will have tickets for you all this week for the second of those 2 shows. If you can only go the 21st, you can try to win those at WMMS.com. Hit the contest tab there. So tickets for the first night show, 9 Inch Nails and Pixies. I haven't seen the Pixies in, I don't know. You ever seen the Pixies?
Yeah, I saw them at
I think I saw them
a few years ago. That's probably about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think I saw them
Great.
on whatever their first reunion tour was. So like 02, 03 maybe. Anyway, 9 Inch Nails and Pixies are doing Jacobs Pavilion on the 21st, which is a Tuesday night. Go to WMMS.com, and I will have tickets for you all week around 4:20 for the second of those 2 shows. They are on sale to everyone this Friday morning at 10 o'clock. Don't know how much they are. That's a common complaint now with bands that are going back out on the road, is I think a lot of these bands are trying to make up for lost time. And so bands that otherwise, even in an age of rising ticket prices, there were still bands that would go on the road and you get a $35 ticket. Some of these bands are going out now. They're charging like, $45, $50 a ticket. People are like, wait a second. So it's really going to determine how badly you want to get back out and see live music. Exactly. 9 Inch Nails could easily be charging $65, $75 a ticket.
I think they are.
People would scoop them up, and they might be. I don't know. But that's when those shows are going to happen. So I'll have those for you all week at 4:20. And I'll have Monster Truck Throwdown tickets for you, too, which is going to be at the Medina County Fair, 25th and 20th. Not Medina. They found out that horse that won the Kentucky Derby, they said they found drugs in the horse's system. And the guy that owns them, well, they've got to do, I don't know anything about horse racing, but this Medina Spirit just won the Kentucky Derby, and that's the first of the 3 big horse races. There's the Preakness and the Belmont. And if a horse wins all 3, I think that's a Triple Crown winner.
Look at you.
I think that's what they call them, right?
Yeah.
You come from a gambling family.
Sure.
Anybody play the ponies?
Yeah, my dad.
Okay. So you probably know all this, right? Win, place, show.
Sure.
Trifecta.
Yes.
Your Preakness, your Belmont.
Superfecta, all
your
that.
KY Derby. Okay.
Yeah.
So they determine...
KY Derby. Ugh.
That's what it's actually called.
Slipperiest. That's why people wear the hats with those big brims.
Yes.
So it can act as an umbrella.
Splash zone.
That's got to be bad for the horses to get grip.
Oh, they don't put it on their hooves.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Where do they put it? I'd rather they put it on their hooves.
Don't ask. If you know a vet technician, talk to them. So they're saying that this Medina Spirit could lose the Kentucky Derby win because they've banned the trainer or this Hall of Fame trainer, this guy Bob Baffert. They said that the horse's win is in serious jeopardy because of a failed post-race drug test. Now, I assume, again, I don't know anything about horse racing, but it seems to me when you're racing at this level and you know there's going to be a post-race drug test, I don't think they spring these on the trainers and the owners. Mm-hmm. So this guy probably knows some. And they found some steroid, which is usually used to treat pain and inflammation. It's an anti-inflammation thing, but they're contending, well, it could have given the horse an advantage. And they said, so they're doing this investigation into it, and if they find, if they uphold that decision, they will invalidate the horse's Kentucky Derby win, and they give it to the horse that came in second, a horse called Mandaloon.
And everybody that bet on the horse still keeps their money, but the owners of the horse have to forfeit their winnings, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, how are they going to get their money back from people who won?
That's going to make people very,
on the horse.
Very
yes,
mad.
Yes, it is.
The people who bet on the second place horse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
You don't want to be around gamblers when they think they got cheated. I'll tell you that much.
Why not? What happens? They have reasonable conversations about it?
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what you want to avoid, a reasonable conversation with the gambler.
They go, you know what? Let's go find a table outside somewhere. Let's have a couple of iced teas, and let's chop it up. Let's figure out if we can come to an agreement, right? If we can just kind of, compromise and see where we are.
They definitely
Let's
didn't
not get too heated.
They definitely didn't get divorced because they spent their last paycheck on the Kentucky Derby, and then they would have won, so they lost everything.
That's right.
Different story for a different day.
So the guy this Bob Baffert has been making the rounds, and he's like, look, this is nonsense. We didn't give it to him. He says that what happened was one of their vet
Horse
techs,
taking drugs on his own. I see what's happening.
Bojack Horseman.
Prozac over there.
He said one of the problems was due to one of the vet technicians urinating in this is his explanation, and I don't know anything. Urinating in the stall after taking cough medicine. One of the trainers, he alleges, did this, and then Medina Spirit ate the cough medicine pea hay. So these grooms, these techs are, they're every team has one or two, and they're responsible for the care and the exercise of the horse. The guy has done a little bit of cable news. He's kind of taken a bit of an odd tack, if you'll pardon the pun, to this whole thing.
Well, I haven't heard anything officially. They haven't told me anything. I know when Churchill Downs came out with that statement, that was pretty harsh. And I think they had to just, it's with all the noise going out, we live in a different world now. This America is different. And it was like a cancel culture kind of a thing. So they're reviewing it. I haven't been told anything. We're prepared to run.
Don't even say it.
I don't know anything about horse racing. This guy might be 100% correct. That has nothing to do with going, my horse is a victim of cancel culture.
They want to cancel his win.
That's a really weird take. Now, this guy is like a Hall of Fame horse trainer, so I'm sure he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder with this. He's won the Kentucky Derby with he's won 7 times with horses. He contends. They obviously is like, this is not a drug we would have given the horse to help him, blah, blah, blah.
Right, and cancel
He
culture
could be 100% correct, but
Yeah.
again, people just start throwing out the phrase cancel culture, and when your headline becomes, my horse is a victim of cancel culture, people aren't really going to take you seriously.
People will be
after
investigated for the most heinous acts. Like, they will be investigated for murder, and they're like, I canceled her life, now they're trying to cancel my career. I can't believe this. I'm a victim of cancel culture.
What was your career when you murdered someone? I canceled her life, now they're trying to cancel my career. What was the career?
I don't know.
In your scenario, I was curious what the
all types of
career
people
was.
murder people. Like, I mean, you could be a CEO, a lawyer, cops. They all murder their wives. They do.
They all murder their wives.
Every single
Cop,
one of them.
CEO.
Every one of them.
Everyone is
whether you're a
capable of it.
CEO or a COP, they all murder their wives. Dirter murder.
Murder, my dirter. The best sketch
You
of
saw
this weekend.
SNL, yeah.
Hey, murder, my dirter. She had a dirter too.
People were blowing me up with that. They were like, hey, it sounds like your Pittsburgh accent. I'm like, yeah, that's Pennsylvania. Some of it's Philly and some of it's Pittsburgh, and then you've got Kentucky in the middle. And that's Poundcake doing his impression of a horse.
Horse on drugs.
That's right.
Getting canceled.
Yeah. I'm never going to cancel that horse.
It needs to be.
Now, if the horse was getting canceled for saying something sexist or, getting Me Too'd or something, like, that's different. That's where the cancel culture is.
I'm a stallion. You're just a brown horse. Stallion lives matter too.
Exactly.
You're just a pony.
Uh-huh.
Get out of here, Mustang.
Look at all these. I'm surrounded by black horses. Nobody gives them a hard time. So, but I thought my horse is a victim of cancel culture. That's a very strange. That's a strange tack. So anyway, Churchill Downs, of course, named after the late great newsman Hugh Downs.
I thought it was Ronnie Churchill.
well, that was his son-in-law.
Okay.
They will.
And they came together.
Yes, investigate.
Churchill and Downs.
Brought together by a shared love of horse racing, and they will investigate that. And if their findings are validated, then Medina Spirit will not be considered the winner of the Kentucky Derby. I got $1,000 here for you to win. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. You got about a dozen chances every day through the end of the month. So take advantage of it and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword SCHOOL at WMMS.com. That's school. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, $45 a ticket. What decade are you living in? I just paid $135 for Genesis Section 210. Right. Well, Genesis, yes. They haven't toured in 14 years. I'm talking about like bands where previously they weren't at a $75 ticket level, but because a combination of them wanting to make some money and people wanting to see live music was my point. You're going to get bands, Cattle Decapitation is going out on the road and the tickets are $95 a piece, Bands you used to go see at Peabody's for $10 a pop.
I miss Peabody's.
Of course. The other point, too, on this trainer, and I didn't play it there, but that interview he was doing is on Fox News, and even they said to him, look, you have a bunch of horses that keep failing drug tests. So this isn't like an isolated thing, Yeah. That's what makes the whole cancel culture thing funnier. And it usually is the people, whether it's a CEO, as Poundcake says, or a cop, who are all killing their wives. The people who whip out cancel culture, it's usually not their first offense, right? Like that's their go-to when they finally get accountability for something they did multiple times. They go, well, it's cancel culture.
Listen,
yes,
my stable boys won't quit peeing everywhere, and I don't know what to do. They're like animals.
Yeah, they drink all this cough syrup.
There's Mucinex everywhere.
Oh, come on.
And it just makes the horses so fast.
So fast. And
now,
so not inflamed.
Are the horses going to have to go to horse rehab?
It's not the horse's fault.
I know, but
horse doesn't know what he's got in him.
They're still getting these drugs, and what if they have withdrawals or anything like that? I don't know. We don't know. I don't know how horses work.
That intense.
Send them right to the glue factory. Saw that Tristan Thompson sold his Bracknell home.
I thought that was old news.
He put it on the market a while ago.
On the market for $3.25 and sold it for $2.50.
It's ugly. It's an ugly house.
Okay.
It is.
You'd live there if it were offered to you, though.
I would live a lot of places if it was offered to me. That doesn't say anything. I live in your garage if you offer it to me.
That's why I would never offer you my garage.
Yeah, it don't have to be ugly.
Huh. So you just don't like the property?
Would you live in my basement garage for my building?
If it was free, if you offered it to me, yeah. But I'm just saying for that to be on the lake and it be a Bracknell home and it's fairly new, like it better be new for all the glass that's around it. It looks fairly modern. It's just not an attractive looking house. It looks like a blob of glass.
Yeah, but aren't you? Well, that must not be the house I'm looking at, unless the glass is all on the lake side. Maybe that is, because this is a photo from the back. But 5 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, and again, you're paying for the view and the property.
That's pretty nice to me.
Yeah.
I can't find a picture of the outside of it. I've got a bunch of pictures of the inside.
Those big old houses in the gated community of Lakehurst.
120 Lakehurst Drive is the address there.
Now, I will only live
Poundcake
there.
will be going sniffing all the chairs, too. What? He's sneaking into an open house.
No, because you know who his neighbor is? Kevin Love.
Oh.
His neighbor, like one house over, is Kevin Love's house.
Okay. Well, all the more reason, right? You'd be in there, you'd buy that house, get them big old binoculars.
I wouldn't need him. I would just be out. Why is he outside mowing his lawn at 3 a.m.? He got his bedroom light on. Or
Kevin Love is mowing his lawn at 3 a.m.?
No. Kevin Love saying that to his girlfriend or his soon-to-be wife.
Oh, that you're mowing the lawn at 3 a.m.
Mowing the lawn or just doing stuff
see.
to stay outside and look at people's houses. Like, I'm watering the lawn, washing my car.
Huh.
Like, man, he doesn't have like a assistant that can do all that stuff.
But why is it at 3 a.m?
Because that's when his light's on and that's when stuff might go down.
That's when the murders happen.
Oh, murder. Yeah, okay. The murders happen at 3 a.m. over at the Love residence, and that's why you got to get in there.
When the robbers are out.
Right. Oh, I see.
No one's hopping over that gate at Lakehurst.
But you could.
But I wouldn't.
In the dead of night, cover yourself in head-to-toe ribbed catsuit, right? And you'd be crawling around the landscaping.
Skulking.
Skulking. There you go.
It's too high profile.
Not at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it is.
Everybody over there, I think everybody over there at 3 in the morning, they feel comfortable. They're in a gated community. They're sleepy. They got to get up for work the next day, or they got to
robbers park their
they're
boats.
murdering their wife, whatever they do.
Yeah,
Boat robbers.
No, I'm just saying they park their boats and then they go onto shore and then they go into the little houses. Ask around. I've heard. Well, people come from Canada.
Listen,
they park their boats.
I assume that you have gone over this listing with a fine-toothed comb too, right? So you know every nook and/or cranny
I wanna
in
hear
Tristan
more-
Thompson's house.
I need to hear more about the Canadian pirates that you think exist.
Pirates steal boats. These people aren't stealing boats. They have boats. They come from Canada, and then they park little dinghies on the shoreline, and then they go up into all the little rich houses.
You mean like SEAL Team 6?
That's what I'm saying. Like
coming over in the dead of night?
You laugh, but then people that broke into the Capitol had all the fixings to break into like a bank. They're sliding down.
Yes, and that was in broad daylight.
Okay.
Those people weren't waiting until 3 a.m. to gingerly tiptoe into the Capitol.
They also weren't robbing anything. They didn't want money. They were
trying to kill people.
Okay, these people wanted money.
I don't know what he's talking about. I mean, we're going down a weird path here, but okay. So according to you, how did we start? You're mowing. If you were the neighbor there, if you bought Tristan Thompson's house, let me try to find a single narrative thread here. If you were living in that house, Kevin Love is the next door neighbor. In order to get a peeky peek at him, you'd be mowing the lawn at 3 a.m. with that headlight on the front of the thing.
Or I would be standing on top of my SUV.
I was going to say, but why
washing it.
But why wouldn't you? But why do you have to be outside? Why wouldn't you be
in your
house with binoculars looking into his house?
Because I don't know necessarily the angles would match up. Like they're not facing each other. Like
so, you'd mow the lawn. That wouldn't wake anybody up. Boy, you want to go about
There's
things
got to be a noise ordinance over
surreptitiously.
there.
Yeah, of course. I can't do anything where I live until
And
like 9 a.m.
There's
or 8
nothing
a.m.
more suspicious than somebody that owns a mansion like that mowing their own lawn.
Yeah.
No, but that's the genius of it, is they would assume that he was the help. Because why would the owner? So on that point, he's correct. Now, where the Canadian pirates come in, I'm not quite sure. Where SEAL Team 6 comes in, I don't know what that is.
You're saying that they would be like, people aren't expecting me to like walk out over there. And I'm telling you, they would. I feel like people are on guard over there because it's a ritzy neighborhood and they're keeping a lookout on their shores because some of them have private beaches.
Wow.
And people will come through there and just walk through their backyards or look through their windows, see what they got so they could come back for later.
So they come all the way over from like Chatham, Ontario, in like one of those military
submarines.
No, it could be a dinghy.
A dinghy.
That's not far. Lake Erie's only like what, 50 miles long?
From here to Canada?
But in a you go right across the lake, but in a dinghy, that would be a long way, right?
No risk, no reward.
And you're that is true.
And you're trying to stay low profile. So
You're right.
that's
57 miles.
See, he knows all this stuff. I don't doubt
I mean,
his...
still, that's a really far way to go. Have you ever paddled 57 miles?
You're not paddling. A dinghy
got an outboard motor,
I guess.
according to him.
And if you're robbing
3 a.m.
a
in
rich
Bracknell.
person,
I love that I estimated I was really right.
57 miles, yeah.
I was like, something like 50 miles.
Honey, wake up. What is that noise? It's the new neighbor. Jesus, could you go over and tell him what time is it? 3 a.m. What's he doing over there?
You don't find it relaxing?
Mowing the lawn.
Is he outside
relaxing?
Relaxing? Okay, hey!
Yes.
Could you turn that off?
No.
Simple, polite.
No.
Hey!
Yes.
Hey! I'm Kevin, your neighbor. We're trying to sleep. Could you do that tomorrow, please?
Nah.
Honey, I don't. This guy. He's out there. He's got binoculars. He's out there blowing up a dinghy. I don't know what the hell's going on.
He's going in a circle in the same spot to look into our windows.
There's a couple people on the beach eating poutine. They got eye patches on. I don't know what the hell's going on over there.
He's wearing nothing but a jockstrap.
Nothing but a jockstrap. You shouldn't mow the lawn with flip-flops on, my man. Can you do that in the morning?
No.
Like how I'm yelling, but he just uses his inside voice.
You're the one paying attention to me.
Yeah, why am I? Yeah, okay, well, there you go. The bottom line is, I think the takeaway, hope the pound cake never moves next door to you.
I hope the person that bought the house does not listen to this show.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're going to be looking out their back patio like, so there was a guy that said that pirates come through from Canada and walk through our backyard.
Did they mention pirates in the listing for this house? Like, you know, I don't know if you have to divulge if somebody died in the house in Ohio. Do you have to divulge if it's prone to pirates coming up your shore there, if you have lakefront property?
There's a risk of piracy, and like, oh man, people are going to be stealing our DVDs.
Wi-Fi.
No, actual piracy.
Real pirates.
Real pirate. Like, the whole
Rage,
bit.
pillage, plunder,
Yes,
those type of guys.
hooks, the whole thing. A parrot. All right, I got a break. You want to get a text 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show. To be here.
What are you doing here?
What's your excuse?
Back to the Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
How many shrimps do you have to eat before you make your skin turn pink? Eat too much and you'll get sick. Shrimps are pretty rich.
Did you guys know that flamingos are pink because they eat shrimp?
Yes, I actually did know that.
I did not know that. I thought it was like a dumb... I read that, I'm like, that can't be true.
That's like Flamingo 101, man. They stand on one leg, they're pink from shrimp.
I failed Flamingo 100.
Come on.
I failed entry-level flamingo
Which
trivia.
is, they are a bird.
Yeah, I had no idea. I mean, I've seen them on a number of occasions, you know. We've been to Florida many times, and I don't know if the flamingo is the state bird, but there's no shortage of. I had no clue. Today, by the way, is National Shrimp Day. Here on the show, we use shrimp as a way to censor ourselves from another SH word. And so some people will do that. Yeah, people will do that when they leave messages for us and things like that. But shrimp is easily the most consumed seafood in the world. In this country, 25% of all seafood is people eating shrimp.
Well, that works out nicely because I'm actually going to celebrate tonight with Grandma and my girlfriend, and we're going to go get some shrimp, even though my girlfriend doesn't like shrimp.
Wait, you're going to the Boil in a Bag place?
Yeah.
So you're going to take
You
your
love that
girlfriend
place.
and grandma,
Yes.
even though your girlfriend doesn't like shrimp.
Yeah,
she likes
just
seafood, though?
She doesn't really like seafood, but they have other things. And so she just wanted to go, and that's where we go. So,
You told her, you said, FYI.
This is where we're going.
Yeah. And she goes, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I just remember working in fine dining. You had to devein the shrimp.
Mm-hmm.
And it's disgusting because it's not a vein, it's their digestive tract. It's a poop line. You got to take the shrimp line out of the shrimp and throw it in the bucket or whatever. And it was literally a dirty job. Nobody wanted to do it, you know. But it's got to be done because you can't have people eating it. It's just full of grit and all kinds of nasty stuff. But, you know.
Anyway, like I was saying, shrimp is the fruit of the sea. You can barbecue it, boil it, broil it, bake it, saute it. There's shrimp kebabs, shrimp creole, shrimp gumbo, pan fried, deep fried, stir fried. There's pineapple shrimp, lemon shrimp, coconut shrimp, pepper shrimp, shrimp soup, shrimp stew, shrimp salad, shrimp and potatoes, shrimp burger, shrimp sandwich. That's about it.
That guy was really into shrimp, Bubba in Forrest Gump.
See, I'm not really into shrimp all like that, but I had to indulge when we had that jumbo shrimp in Jamaica. The shrimp was literally like
Well, plus they probably pulled it out of the ocean. Like wild shrimp is pretty good for you, or it's not bad for you.
I just don't
but
like shrimp,
Like
though.
farm shrimp, it's not. I mean, it's not good. You got to get like wild shrimp, and I don't know what. I'm not a big shrimp guy.
I had never seen shrimp that big.
I used to love it. I would get like a pound of shrimp and just eat it cold, like shrimp cocktail at my house.
Oh,
or
I
just
love
eat.
that,
Oh
yeah.
my god, it was my favorite. And somebody's immune system decided to develop allergies.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's my immune system or not, but I do miss shrimp the most.
I had no idea that the Bubba Gump restaurants were even still around.
Oh yeah, people
They're in
love
like
those.
touristy places.
Well, there's a lot of them still. I know we had one at home when they redid Navy Pier in Chicago when they built the Ferris wheel 25 years ago. They put in a Bubba Gump Shrimp Company.
Who has the rights to that?
No clue.
Either Bubba or Gump.
Probably.
Baby Forrest.
I was told that the Bubba Gump Shrimp Company restaurant in Chicago was a casualty of the pandemic, and they closed it after 24 years. But I didn't know that any of I thought that went the way of Planet Hollywood and the Rainforest Cafe. I thought Bubba Gump Shrimp Company was long gone, but they still have them. You know, and it's also true, too, with some of these restaurant chains, once they kind of shrimp the bed in the United States, they go, we'll just put them in Pakistan or something, you know, and that's what they end up doing.
Or they just keep them in a place. I mean, for the most part, if you have something in those touristy areas like Times Square or, you know, Vegas or something like that, it's real hard to go out of business, I feel like. But I know businesses do it all the time, but I feel like people go, Bubba Gump Shrimp, let's go.
Yeah, hard to go to business if you're a chain like that.
Yeah.
A couple of years after Forrest Gump, because that was 94, a couple of dudes opened one in California, and then they opened one in Chicago, and they, you know. But a lot of them obviously have closed down. Now I'm going to get super Gen X pop culture nerdy on you here.
Can't wait.
Do you know the actor who played Bubba in Forrest Gump?
I do not know his name.
Actor's name was Michael T. Williamson. Not Michael T. Williamson. His first name was Michael T.
Michael T.
Michael T. Williamson.
Hey.
How's that spelled?
Mykelti. Huh. And he was in a bunch of. He was in Heat, one of my favorite movies of all time. In real life, I think he got in some trouble some years ago for like punching his wife allegedly or something. This guy had gotten into a few things here. However,
Michael TKO.
Before he rose to fame in Forrest Gump, he was in a sitcom called The New WKRP in Cincinnati. Does anybody remember this?
No.
I didn't know they ever did a reboot of that show.
Early 90s, and it was only on for I can't believe it went a whole season and a half. It seems like something they would get canceled after 5 episodes. But they did like 40 episodes of it. And they brought back a half a dozen of the people, because they weren't doing anything else. It's like the station manager and the guy that played Venus Flytrap and Herb Tarlick and, you know, all the people from the first WKRP in Cincinnati. They bring them back and they add a few new cast members. And Michael T. Williamson is the new program director in the new WKRP in Cincinnati. And another person they hired on that show was a girl named Tawny Katane.
Oh.
Who was famous mostly for writhing on David Coverdale's Ferrari. And she'd been on a bunch of album covers. She was the night. She was Mona at night on the new WKRP in Cincinnati. And it was otherwise a bunch of people you hadn't seen. Like, remember French Stewart?
Yes.
He was like the morning guy on the radio station, whatever. Well, Tawny Katane died over the weekend. And I thought it was a goof. I know she had had problems with substance abuse and things along the way. They didn't specify that. Somebody listed it as, they said that the report was a residential accident. I don't know what that means. You trip and fall. But Tawny Katane was only 59 years old.
Bathtub situations.
Possibly a bathtub situation. But people remember Tawny Katane from different things. If you were like an 80s metal kid like me, she was on the Rat album cover, and she was on David Coverdale's Here I Go Again. She's on the hood of the car.
Yes.
Every kid who was like a teenager in the 80s wanted to bang Tawny Katane.
You think there's a chance she slipped off the hood of a car?
I don't think so.
In a residential area?
I mean, as of a year or so ago, she was trying to meet people she was making YouTube videos to try to date.
I want to date somebody, but I'm so sick and tired of everybody trying to be perfect and everybody thinking that they're perfect and then presenting their perfect selves. Show me who you really are. Show me that you've hit a wall going 99 miles an hour with the cops chasing you, and falling flat on your face when the judge wants to send you to jail for a couple days. Let me see that side of you. Let me see the real side of you, because if you haven't been through it, that means we're going to have to go through it together, and I don't want to go through it again.
Right. So she was looking for somebody like
That's
her.
wild.
I need somebody. So everybody knew her from something. She was in the 3rd season of Seinfeld. Before that show really kind of got its footing, she was a girl that Jerry was dating, and he was helping her run lines. She was an aspiring actress, but she was awful. But he was like, but the sex. There was this classic Seinfeld scene where his penis and his brain are playing chess, because he said the sex with her was so good, but she was an awful person. And so his brain was fighting with his
person?
Right, yeah.
Ever since you came back from the army, you've changed. I swear, Nelson, I don't even know who you are anymore.
I'm Nelson.
That's not the line, Jerry.
All right, I'm sorry. Nothing's changed, Alma. I just need more time.
I swear, Nelson, sometimes at night when you're not around, I just go crazy thinking about you.
Well, you just need to relax. Maybe a hobby. Bowling is fun.
Yeah, bowling's good if you're really gross and ugly.
Uh-oh. My organs are playing chess again.
Yeah, organs are playing chess again. So she was probably in her mid-20s when she did Seinfeld. So anyway, I only saw that Tawny Katane died because I followed David Coverdale. And he had tweeted out, he was married to her for a couple of years. Wow. Now, people in Cleveland remember her because about 20 years ago, she beat up Chuck Finley.
Oh, yeah,
who was
wow.
a pitcher for the Indians.
Man, I forgot about that till right now.
Tawny Katane and Chuck Finley, in the early aughts, got married. They were married for a little bit. They had long enough to have a couple kids. And he filed divorce papers after she beat him up in a car with her high heels.
Jeez.
They were out in California. They were driving home from dinner. And he mostly played for, I think, the Angels or something, but he did a couple of years
Yeah, I think towards
in
the end
Cleveland.
of his career he came here, but yeah, primarily with the Angels.
And he had married Tawny Katane. And she beat him up.
With her heels.
That hurts, man.
He got a restraining order against her. He ended up filing divorce papers.
Now she's looking for someone who's into that.
Yeah. She kicked him in the thighs. She kicked him in the leg and the arm. She grabbed his ear and tried to pull it off his head.
Ooh.
And
I bet you the sex was dynamite.
he was unable to. Yeah, but by that time they had 2 kids. So then you're just left with the kooky part. Like, you're probably not having amazing Whitesnake sex anymore. Like, David Coverdale got prime Tawny Katane. Chuck Finley got, like, she was still kind of, he was youngish and whatever. But I think she had the bulk of her problems after they got divorced. And so Chuck Finley, here in Cleveland, missed a couple games because of that. There was
You're laughing at a man getting beat by a shoe, Mary.
I'm not laughing. I'm thinking of like the imprint of like a triangle, and they're like, "What happened? Is that like did an iron fall on you?" He's like, "It's a stiletto."
I remember a guy got fired because of. So Chuck Finley is playing for the Indians, and they're in Chicago, and they're playing the White Sox, and the White Sox music director at the stadium ended up getting fired. Because when Chuck Finley took the mound, he started playing "Here I Go Again" by Whitesnake. Yeah, he thought it was funny.
Yeah.
But the White Sox fired the guy, and I remember they posted this huge public apology and blah, blah, blah. Because Tawny Katane had beat up Chuck Finley. And I think he retired after the Indians. He might have gone to another team, like the Indians got Coco Crisp for Chuck Finley. But, everybody remembers her from something. You remember her from Bachelor Party, the Tom Hanks movie.
Oh, yeah.
She was super foxy in that. She was in this awful horror movie when I was a kid called Witchboard. Did you ever see Witchboard?
No. It's about a Ouija board?
A Ouija board movie with Tawny Katane, yeah. And so she died. She was 59. They're not saying why she died. But everybody knows her from something.
Chuck Finley played with the Cardinals after the Indians.
That's right. He went to St. Louis.
For half a season.
There you go.
So, when your relationship is that tumultuous, do you go to the funeral?
Yeah, of course.
You do?
Yeah, of course.
It's
She's
not
dead.
I'm just
I
saying.
mean, you have Chuck Finley's got 2 kids with her.
I know, but he's like, well, because I hate when people die and everyone pretends like they're like the best person ever. Like, she was kind of like a dingbat. She was a bitch.
But you don't have to pretend she was amazing, but I think you pay your respect.
Kind of a dingbat bitch.
Mel's Diner over here.
Rest in peace, you dingbat.
Kiss my grits!
Dingbat.
So that's on her headstone. Kiss my grits, world.
Okay, well, I was just curious.
I think you pay your respects.
Yeah, because if you don't have any.
But it doesn't matter anymore. You might not have respected them as a person, and you might have had a very acrimonious relationship with them. But that was 20 years ago.
Okay.
And so enough time, they got divorced. I think she was only married to Coverdale for like a year. He put her in some videos. She was in like the heavy metal circles. He had her in the video. I'm sure they had like a whirlwind type situation. They didn't have any kids. But, you know, if you're a guy in a rock band, you're going to marry like the hottest chick on the block. And in the late 80s, that was Tawny Katane.
That's why I asked.
If there was somebody that you had an awful relationship with and they died 20 years later, would you go to their funeral?
I wouldn't.
Poundcake wouldn't.
You wouldn't go to their funeral.
Poundcake wouldn't go if he
I
had
kids
like.
with them and stuff, maybe, but
Yeah.
it was just an ex that I had dated. No.
I think I would just want to make sure that they're dead, and I will lean over their coffin and just say,
Cody.
But what did you win, really? You're still because you won because you're still alive?
Still in the game.
Yeah, but then you could die the next day and they would haunt you and go, I won.
No, because I was still lasted longer.
A day. I won. Okay.
24 hours longer.
I see.
But no, they probably got some good food there. They probably got. I go in there, fill like a couple napkins full, stick them in my pockets, and leave. I'm just saying in this scenario when it was so tumultuous.
Right, but the scenario is still that they were married for 7 or 8 years and had a couple of kids.
Yeah, but getting a restraining order, like, does it still last while you're like after you're dead?
Yeah, I think it expires.
Okay.
No, it goes to their mortal soul. They can't haunt you.
I think if the person expires, so does the restraining order.
Wouldn't that be great, though? Someone could be like, I had a restraining order against him, and now he's haunting me, and he's breaking the rules of the restraining order.
That's right. He's supposed to stay 500 feet away from me.
500
and he's
ghouls
he's under
away.
my bed. So Tawny Katane, which, again, when I first saw it, looked like one of those, Adam Sandler was killed when he hit a tree on, make the rounds on those viral death notices. I thought that I didn't think it was true when I first saw it.
Are you going to go to the funeral of every person you've ever dated?
No, but I only
if you're
have
married to
children with
somebody,
2 people.
yeah.
Right.
So my ex-wife and I, it took us a long time to get to a place where we're like,
co-parenting.
Yeah, well, we were always doing that, but I mean, like, civil and okay and whatever, and but obviously, if she were to die, I would go to her funeral.
Yeah,
I mean, we
having
have
kids
children.
is different.
It's my kid's mom,
sure.
I just felt like there are some people that wouldn't. They're like, I'm not going there. Did she leave me anything? Is there insurance money? Oh, nah, she just did this to get
Is there a good spread?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had good food at a funeral or any food at a funeral.
I don't think I
Have
ever
you gone to
think
a black
of-
funeral?
No.
I don't think
That's
I think
why.
about the funeral, like the food at a funeral.
It's the best
And
part.
if it is, it's like a sandwich platter.
I don't eat at a funeral. I always thought it was strange. I know it's
Weird.
people bringing food. I always thought it was weird to leave the cemetery, go back to the house full of grieving people, and feed your face.
Oh my God, the food was made with agony. It's delicious.
Well, not everybody who's making the food is
Is a good
agonizing
cook.
over the
I had some
or
of
a
the-
good cook.
One of the best jokes I've written about my dad dying is this exact scenario where I say having a parent die is the fastest way to figure out which of your friends can't cook. Because people kept bringing me food and it was awful. It was other white women in their 20s who've never cooked
that's what I'm
anything
saying.
in their
I'm
life.
talking about from your like my family. Like usually when one of ours passes away,
I guess if it's like grandmas and old aunts who've been cooking
people come out of the
forever.
woodwork. They're like, I haven't made a dinner since last funeral or last family reunion. We don't have
So they want to put on.
family reunions.
Listen,
Yeah.
when my grandma was alive, she and these ladies from the church, they were like the funeral crew.
Yeah.
When somebody would die, she and the ladies from the church, Death Squad, that's right. She's like the Sandinistas. She was in there, and she and her ladies were making food. making amazing food for these funeral receptions, if they had them at the church or whatever.
It is a weird thing like you're talking about because we're doing a kind of celebrational life thing for my dad in June, and we were talking about that. We're like, we should probably have food, right? Like for people to eat it. But I get what you're saying.
You better consult with Poundcake.
Well, I get what you're saying where it's like strange because I'm like, is anybody going to eat it or are people going to feel weird about it or whatever?
For me, it checks off 2 boxes I don't like, right? It's right after somebody died, and it's always small plates.
Yeah.
And you know how I feel about food off a small plate.
Will you come eat food at my dad's thing if I have full-size plates?
No.
Okay.
I'll come to pay my respects, but I won't eat anything.
What if I just throw rigatoni at you from across the party?
Well, then it would be like a random Tuesday at my house. I'd feel right at home. Random rigatoni. They're opening that 9 Inch Nails Pixies tour.
Mm-hmm.
Tickets for that at 420 all week, by the way. They're doing 2 nights at Jacobs Pavilion. I will have tickets for you for the second of those 2 nights, September the 23rd. So we'll do that a little over an hour. 35192 if you want to text for anything, and we'll be back. 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send me a text. And AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thank you to Caesar Butmore. Love it. Caesar Butmore is helping out today. Or perhaps it's Cesar, but I'm going to go with Caesar. And thank you for each and every person who helps on a daily basis there. Cavaliers are, the Cavaliers are a basketball team. I'm doing professional in air quotes. They lost to the Mavericks. That puts them at a 13-game losing streak. Jeez. Cavaliers have not won since April the 14th. They're here at home tonight to play Reggie Miller and the Indy Pacers. That's going to get... I'm sorry?
No.
No.
No Reggie Miller. Very retired.
All right. The Indiana Pacers are going to be here tonight to start up at 7:30 at the Romo Fijo. And you'll hear all of it here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. So 7 o'clock is when the pregame will get going. And then tomorrow, we're out of here a couple minutes early. Indians are going to play the Cubs. Indians, much better so far than the Cavaliers. Now, granted, the haters gonna hate, and you'll say, sure, they're playing two different kinds of games, and that is true. But the Indians, they grabbed one apiece this weekend with the Cincinnati Reds, and so they'll play the Cubs here at home tomorrow at 6:10, early-ish game. So that'll be tomorrow on WMMS.
Is there that big of a difference between basketball and baseball, really, though?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what? So. Name two things.
Well, there are bats.
The amount of Latinos.
Yeah, there are a lot of Latinos in basketball.
So many, mostly Dominicans. There are the bats, and then there are the balls.
But they both have balls.
They do, yes. So but different sizes.
Yeah, well, every ball's different. It's like a snowflake.
I think you can get much farther in baseball not being a tall guy. I think being a tall guy in any sport helps.
Nate Robinson.
Center of gravity messes with you in hockey, but what?
What?
Nate Robinson.
Wasn't he the little guy who won the dunk contest?
Yes.
Robertson? Was it Robinson, yeah?
Robinson, yes.
Yeah, he was like 5'10".
When was this?
2006.
Yeah, around then. Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because he was small, and I was small, and I liked that.
So you committed his name to memory?
Yes.
Who did Nate Robinson play for?
The Celtics. Am I right?
I think it was there for
it was a green team
season, but no, you're thinking of he won the dunk contest wearing the green Knicks jersey.
But it was a green jersey.
It's amazing. I've never even heard that name before.
Yeah.
So the fact that you committed it to memory because he was short and you were short.
Yes.
Yeah. Name Spud Webb mean anything to you?
No.
Muggsy Bogues.
Bugsy Mogues. Yes.
Bugsy Mogues. Yes, that too. Indians, by the way, have also announced their inaugural Grand Slam Beer Fest.
Ooh.
That's going to happen at Progressive Field on July 31st. You guys might not know this. Let me drop a little bit of trivia on you. Okay. There are a few brewing companies in the Cleveland metropolitan area.
Get out of here.
Hold on.
All the jokes.
Next thing you're going to tell me there's T-shirt companies too.
All the jokes were being made about Cleveland having a T-shirt-based economy, and local brewers literally said, hold my beer, we can probably do better. And so there are more, probably at least 5 local breweries in and around Cleveland. And so they'll put their wares on display at the first Grand Slam Beer Fest, the last day of July. You'll be able to walk around, and they'll have a table set up from local breweries and distilleries, and you can drink samples.
Mm-hmm. Sounds fun.
Over there at Progressive Field. That's right. Now, what you do not get yourself in trouble by misunderstanding when somebody goes, distillers. They are not from out of town. Don't get into a fight with somebody there. They're there for Beer Fest.
Oh, murder.
Have you guys been to those like beer fests ever?
Yeah.
I loved those. That was something my ex and I did all the time. Like when craft beer was my personality.
I just imagine that you were not a fun time at that Beer Fest.
Here's the thing: is that going into
because normal people get messed up beyond belief.
No, here's the thing: is
normal people, Mary,
I
not
think he means
abnormal freaks like you.
non-alcoholics.
I see.
Going into it, you have all day. So in situations like that, I never felt a need to rush and get drunk super quick. Yeah, you end up completely blacked out. But like that's like kind of the atmosphere there, because you get those little sample cups that you just keep refilling, and then toward the end of the night, when people are just trying to get rid of their beer, so they're giving you 16 ounces of like an 11% IPA. I used to love those. I had so much fun.
Those
with
are fun. You know, it makes it even more fun when you get paid to go to one. They're like, hey, we're going to pay you to get
And
drunk.
we made our own IPA.
That's true too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
What was it called?
That was the Erica one, right?
Yeah, I forget what it was. But Mary, don't you remember? It was not that long ago. It was on the show when you said when you go to Put in Bay, you have to black out. Like,
yeah,
it's tradition.
I know what I said.
Tradition. It's tradition.
You have to black. No one
out.
goes to Put in Bay to not black out. You have to black out.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you didn't have a good trip.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you don't remember any of it.
I was in the same camp because I was like, no one wants to have like a casual family
day
at Put in Bay.
Seems like some people do.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's the place for them. I've still never been. But I just remember doing a Saturday show when I was on in Chicago. They go, hey, we'd like you guys to do your show at Beer Fest. It was in an airplane hangar at Navy Pier. And we were on during the week, obviously. And I go, And they go, well, we'll pay you to be there and blah, blah, blah. And I go, okay. And I was not very professional that day.
Some things
because during some people would be bringing them up to us.
Yeah.
Other people, and we were on this big riser. We weren't on like a stage at a bar, right? You know, we did the 10th anniversary show at Slim and Chubby's. We were risen up a little bit there. We were on like a big. You had to take stairs to get to the thing. And so some people would be at the bottom of the stairs with beers for us. And then when we would go to break, we'd go, or we'd send an intern to go. And by the end of that show, I was like, I should not have done this.
Yeah.
I should not have done this.
Well, and you're mixing so many different kinds of beer. So I don't know that I've ever felt great, like stomach-wise after that, because you're just so full and bloated, and there's a stout and an IPA and a sour and all this other stuff going on.
I remember it was
fermenting in your belly.
Yes.
I remember it was the summer that Bud Light was going all in on that Michelada, which is like a beer with tomato juice or something.
Yeah.
Ew.
I didn't mind it. I won't lie to you, but they were all in. All their chips were in on that summer, like
Never
summer
even
of
heard
07.
of that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
I
like.
think that's what it is.
That's more of like. I never saw it around here, but I would see it when I'd be in like Illinois and Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Maybe
and
it was
North
a regional
Dakota.
thing.
Yeah, like people seem to like it up there more. And I tried one time, and I was like, no, I can't do tomato juice. It does not.
I love it. We went to
work
brunch
for me.
yesterday, and I had a Bloody Mary, and I hadn't had one in a long time. It's pouring rain when we walk into brunch. 45 minutes later, we walk out, and it's snowing. We're like, oh, fantastic.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's. But I had a Bloody Mary at brunch yesterday. It was real good.
I always think that I'm gonna like this is
Spicier
the time.
the better.
I'll get into them, and I just can't. I just they like tomato juice. I think it's because I had a V8 when I was a little kid.
I could have had a V8.
And when I was a little kid, I had a V8, and I was expecting it to be something different,
like juice.
Yes, like juice, and it was not. And I was like, "This is disgusting," and I've never recovered from
You're
that.
drinking tomato soup.
Yeah,
I used to love V8, but Bloody Marys are something I would have one of. Like if I was hungover and at brunch, I'd have a Bloody Mary, and then I'd switch to
Bloody
something
Mary
else.
bar.
Well,
Just jamming stuff in.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the best.
Sometimes when they're like they've got the crazy things up there. They've got like little sliders. You can put like a $29 Bloody Mary bar, but you're like, yeah, I'll
Slim
eat all of
Jims,
this.
Fruit Loops.
yeah,
Whatever. Nate Robinson was knocked out by Jake Paul in a boxing match last year, Steve in Canton says.
Yes, he was.
Wow.
Okay. Was Poundcake's beer called Unmitigated Ale?
That is right.
That is correct, right?
Yes.
I feel like I was around for that.
I thought that was Erica era.
No, I think that was Erica era, but I think it was on I think that's what we called the one that we made with Great Lakes Brewing.
That's what it was for the comedy tour
comedy
one year.
tour.
I was gonna say I did not make one
Unmitigated.
for I didn't make one for Beer Fest.
Yeah.
That was just Erica.
Hey, Brad.
Hey, Alan, how's it going?
What's going on?
Not much. I just wanted to congratulate Bill and Mary on their performance Friday night. Me and my wife were there, and I had never actually seen any of Mary or Bill's stand-up, and I thought they were hilarious.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it.
Just wanted to make sure that you guys felt that you did a job well done, and we had a great time.
You mean they were funny? Contrary to popular
They were funny.
Well, contrary to that one guy.
Well, thanks, man.
Poundcake.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Brad.
you, Brad.
Appreciate
There's
it.
Brad. Thanks, pal.
Yes, we had lots of nice things, messages just pouring in through social media and email. People had a great time, and a lot of kind words thrown my way and Mary's way.
Yeah, a lot of pictures, a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all. Ron from Talmadge. Excellent set last night, Bill. Can't wait for that to come out. Mary, great job hosting. Later.
There you go. Thanks,
There you
Ron.
go. On the After Hours line.
Look at people being
What's
nice.
the album called?
Bam Bam. And that's because that was my nickname from my mom. So it's a little tribute to my mother, because it's the clean album, the one that she actually will like.
Oh, good for you.
Now, will they get complimentary copies, or will you?
Hell no, they got paid double.
Yeah, you got to pay for them.
No,
yeah,
no, they'll
I
get
understand.
it.
All right.
Whatever they want.
All right.
Because we're gonna do a digital release in July 23rd, and then in the fall, that's when we're gonna do the physical copy, and it's gonna be a vinyl album.
Oh, you're doing vinyl.
Doing vinyl.
Nice. CDs are hard to sell, so go ahead. I took them on the road with me in Denver, and I had a guy who came up to me after a show. He was probably in his mid to late 60s, and he had like a long gray ponytail. And he comes up and he's like, "I'd love to support you, but I don't know where the hell I'm going to play a CD." And I was like, "Man, I thought you were like the target demographic for a CD." But
No, because like CD players kind of went away as turntables were coming back.
Yeah. Well, I was
There was this
thinking people-
weird X and Y axes were crossing.
I thought people would still have them in their cars. That's why I was like, at least people
Well, I
could
do.
have it to play it in their car.
Maybe
but
he didn't want. Maybe he didn't feel comfortable listening to it in such close quarters
maybe.
as his car.
Yeah.
Maybe he
He
wanted
needs higher ceilings.
Well, a wider area to really enjoy not only the acoustics, but be able to allow himself to properly guffaw.
Correct. That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
My car does not have a CD player, but it does have a turntable for a record, so that works
Hey,
out.
look at that.
It skips a
That's
lot.
why I spend so much money on his shock absorbers.
So what you know, you know?
Guys, this is for the audio in my car.
Man, that was like when you had to do the tape into your car to get your CD player to work.
Your
You had
aux
to have-
cord.
Yes.
Well, not even the aux cord. I'm talking about like
The tape that had the cord on it.
That had a
The
cord on
CD
it,
or the
so you could play your CDs.
cassette tape.
Yeah.
Did you have one of those?
The tape that had the cord
And then it
on
had an aux cord attached because you only had a tape deck. So it was like a cassette tape
it was
with
like
an aux cord attached to
a
it.
fake cassette. No,
Yes.
no
Yeah.
tape in it. That was the adapter.
Yes.
I got you.
Yeah, those, and then you'd try and mount your CD player so that it wouldn't skip while you're playing. So you'd like put a bunch
yeah.
of foam under it or something
Yep.
like that to try and make it so
You'd
you'd try and get the shock absorber.
Adhese your
Memorex
disc
or whatever.
man to the dashboard. Where's my super glue? It's out here. I'm trying to put my disc man on the dashboard.
Never worked.
Never ever worked. How are my dates supposed to enjoy this King Diamond if it keeps skipping? My parents were nonplussed by the whole thing. I've got some food news here. Now that I think about it. They voted the top 10 regional fast food chains in the country. Bill Squire is going to be very happy that Skyline Chili made number 4.
What?
Why? They paid somebody off.
Yeah, there's no way.
They paid somebody off. They have a friend.
Available in Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, and Florida, Skyline Chili is perhaps best known for its Cincinnati-style chili, best eaten over spaghetti or a hot dog topped with a generous helping of shredded cheddar cheese. Skyline first opened its first location in 1949 and now has over 130 in the aforementioned states. I still, to this day, have not had Skyline Chili.
I've never had it.
You're fine.
I feel like I need to be the tiebreaker. I thought you liked it and he hated it.
I hate it.
Oh, you do?
No, I do
Everyone
not like
here
it.
hates it.
I've never had it. I just have heard nothing but horrible things about it. So I'm like, I'm in no rush to try it.
I went to Cincinnati for the first time in 2017, and the comics down there like took me to Skyline, and it was like a novelty, and it was cool, and we had it, and I was being polite, and it was like, it wasn't anything crazy, and then they would take me there every time I came back, and then finally, like the third or fourth time, I was like, can we please go anywhere else? Because I do not enjoy this food.
Would you have enjoyed it more had it been something crazy?
No. No, I would not.
All right. So Skyline Chili, they ranked the top 10 regional fast food chains. Obviously, these are places that aren't everywhere, like Culver's is in Wisconsin. When I was growing up, everybody was like, gotta get Culver's. I'm like, okay, I've still never been there. Biscuitville, which is in the Carolinas. In-N-Out Burger, dynamite, if you've ever had In-N-Out. Cookout, which is another burger joint in the Carolinas.
That's a southern thing.
Whataburger, if you've ever been to Texas, there's a Whataburger on every corner. Shoop's Hamburgers apparently started on the south side of Chicago. I've never heard of Shoop's Hamburgers. They've been doing it since 1948. All right.
Wow.
And Skyline Chili. Sheets came in at number 3. If you've ever lived in Pennsylvania, they have them here now, too.
Yes. I'm cool with Sheets being
I got into
3.
Sheets when I lived in PA.
I think that's crazy for Sheets to make it to number 3.
Sheets
but
really?
Good.
It's good, but I never thought of it as like, if number 4 is Skyline, they went to some weird people for these.
Sheets is kind of like Wawa, where they have the whole other side of the thing that's just food, and then the convenience is on the Sheets.
And that Wawa over the body.
Stop eating them Wawa hoagies.
Is Blimpie on there?
No, because I don't think that's regional. I think that's national, isn't it?
All I got, it was like in one of the airports, but it was good.
Number 2 is something called Pal's Sudden Service. Which
sudden?
Is
Like it surprise you?
You're waiting for a long time and suddenly, whoa!
Surprise!
And then number 1 is something California called Habit Burger, which is in California, 11 other states. But Skyline Chili, number 4 in this list. And again, so you can get it on a hot dog. Mm-hmm. You don't have to get it on spaghetti.
Right. You can get a bowl of it. You don't have to get it on anything.
Why wouldn't they call it Skyline Spaghetti?
Because the chili is what they're known for.
But isn't it? But spaghetti is the base. They're just using the chili as
The
spaghetti
chili is
sauce.
the thing
Chili
they
is
use.
what they're famous for.
The chili is what they put on everything. So they'll put chili on a hot dog. They'll put chili on spaghetti. They'll put chili in a bowl.
You can just get a bowl of chili.
That's what I would need to do.
Yes.
So just because I would just want to try it.
Yeah.
There used to be one in Parma, but I think they shut it down. Or did they move it up the street or something?
I think
No idea.
I think it went away and then I think it came back.
All right, well, I'm going to have to get Skyline Chili.
Give it a try. See what you think.
Is there one in Ridge Park Square?
Yeah, I think that's
what
the
I mean.
one.
That one was the only one I knew of. And I
Was
thought
that Parma? I didn't even know what city that was. I just always
I think
knew it
that's
was Ridge
the
Park
shopping-
Square.
I think it's technically
Yeah.
Cleveland, but it's like across the
highway. Or
highway
whatever.
from. I think a lot of people think of it as like Parma, Old Brooklyn area.
I thought it was. I mean, also food news. I got a letter from Patrick. The subject line: 3 reasons liking dark chocolate is wrong.
Oh yeah.
I'm very much in the camp of dark chocolate because I'm not an infant. He says, number 1, it just is. Number 2, because you're wrong. You specifically, Alan Cox.
Because you're wrong.
And 3, because Charles Manson loved it. I'm pretty sure that's true.
Solid list.
You can see a bar of dark chocolate in his pocket in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So there, signed everyone else on Earth. All right, there you go. I stand by it. Dark chocolate is the superior chocolate.
And one buttered popcorn jelly bean at a time. I think we may be bringing you over to the Starburst side.
Well, again, in the break, I grabbed a handful of Jelly Bellies. One of them is buttered popcorn. I'm not hiding the fact that I don't care for those. I just don't. Jelly Bellies are, to your point, they're mystery jelly beans. Because they're different. You can have 3 red ones that are all 3 different shades of red.
Right, in different flavors.
And you're like, one of these is cinnamon, and it's going to suck.
The other's ketchup.
Damn it, I got the Skyline Chili one.
Dang it.
It's
With
terrible.
the spaghetti.
You know I don't like the ketchup jelly beans. I prefer the catsup jelly beans. I have a very refined palate.
There's also the people that you can't trust where they'll eat the buttered popcorn jelly bean and be like, ooh, it's my favorite. And like, what is wrong with you?
Well, they also have the buttered popcorn dum-dums that people, I feel like that was my intro.
I've never seen those.
I don't
Really?
think I've ever had that, no.
That was like my intro to butter popcorn flavored things was the dum-dums. And I was like, every time, because they looked just like the ones I liked, which were like pina
Pineapple
colada or
yeah,
pineapple,
okay.
something like that. And I'd get so excited, then I'd be like, no, I'd like throw it out all mad.
You lying lollipop. Okay, let me take a break here. Next chance for you to grab some money is closer to 4:30. I'll have another keyword there for you. to go fund yourself. And 420 is when I'm going to have those 9 Inch Nails tickets for. They're doing 2 shows at Jacobs Pavilion this fall. And I'll hook you up all week for that second show.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
live, or 800-348-1007. 35192 to text, about a half an hour from now. I'll have a pair of tickets for it. 9 Inch Nails and Pixies have announced they're doing 2 nights in Cleveland in September. They're doing the 21st and the 23rd at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. These are not on sale to everyone until this Friday morning, so you can win them before anybody else. I will have tickets for you for the second of those shows. We are giving them away for the first of those shows, too, if you go to WMMS.com. So there are a couple of chances all week for you to win. 420 with me all week. So that's about 30 minutes away. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, wherever you are, tell me where you do that. I like to keep track of people. You know, it's like my own little vaccine implant. You know how they track us with the vaccine?
Right.
I track people on the iHeartRadio app so that I know where they're listening. Actually, they tell me, and then that's how I... Much like us, we voluntarily give over all of our information and then complain that we're being tracked. Mark listens in Bailey, Colorado. Jason is in McKinney, Texas, north of Dallas. Joe listens in Atlanta. Eric is in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Rodney is in Porter, Texas. Deanna is in Birmingham, Michigan. We haven't heard from Country Chris in a long time.
Been quite some time.
He was holding it down in Memphis there. Hello, Paul. Hello, Paul. We having problems with the phones again? Hey, Paul, are you there? Paul. Paul. I don't hear Paul. Okay, let me try it again. Hey, Paul, do you hear me? Okay, sorry, Paul. Maybe it was him. That's a phone line. It was weird to think that this could be a world where Kurt Cobain would be in his mid-50s. You know, for all of the people in the 27 Club or people who die young, you know, there's always the mythology that surrounds them. But think about all the people who didn't die. Think about all the rock and rollers who didn't die, who we know now are getting... Like, imagine if Mick Jagger had died at 28 years old. There would be unending mythology around Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones, but that didn't happen. So anybody who did die young, they could have not died and then lived to be old.
That's how it
works. I think that's how time works.
Getting deep with Alan Cox.
If you don't die, you continue to live.
And anybody who
opinions over here,
hot takes, and anybody who did live, you know, people complain about the Rolling Stones. When are they going to give it up? You should celebrate the fact that these guys never died.
Yeah.
They didn't die.
They're not down one?
Well, one of it. Yeah, Brian Jones died, I think, right?
From what?
From the Rolling Stones. In the very early days of the Rolling Stones. Brian Jones.
Like, what did he die from?
I don't know. Isn't that the guy from the Stones that died?
He died from not living anymore. Cody,
yeah, Brian Jones. He was one of the founders of the Rolling Stones. He died in 1969. So, yeah, he was young, and he died young. How did he die? He died from... they found him motionless at the bottom of his swimming pool.
That'll do
drowning.
Yeah.
When Hold Your Breath contest goes wrong.
That's not even like a rock star way to die.
You don't know if he was partying and fell.
Yeah, but again, I feel like the rock star way to die, if you really put it into context, is all pretty gross anyway. You know, I mean... Jimi Hendrix puked, aspirated on vomit or whatever. It's why is that a rock star way to die? I mean, didn't Jim Morrison
on the toilet?
No, didn't Jim Morrison die in a tub? Didn't he pull the Whitney?
Yeah,
Whitney pulled the Jim Morrison.
Whitney died in a tub of
Amy Winehouse died from not drinking. That's not rock star at all.
She went cold turkey. I think that is. I think that's arguably the most rock star way to go. She quit drinking too abruptly. Yeah, that's a rock star way to go.
But like, how much is was she down like a bottle a day? Like,
I don't know. She's probably drinking a handle of vodka.
That her body went into shock by not having that amount of alcohol in her body.
Knock on wood, because I don't play with anyone's addiction, but it's just bananas to me that someone could drink that much all day, every day.
Yeah.
For years.
Lots and lots of people do that.
But and she was singing and doing concerts. When I'm drunk, I can't function. The only thing I want to do when I'm drunk is be drunk.
Well, but you hadn't built up a tolerance to drinking a jug of booze every day either.
Yeah, step up your game, man.
And she was skinny. She wasn't even fat.
Probably wasn't eating anything.
All she was doing was drinking booze. Listen.
It destroys your body when you do that.
They tried.
She could sing a tune, though. Voice.
They tried, Mary.
The clicking.
They tried to make her go to rehab. And I forget what she told them.
She said maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I mean, obviously it got through to her at some point where she stopped drinking.
Yeah.
And then that killed her.
But, like...
They wanted her to go to rehab, not, hey, stop drinking on your own.
She could have a sober...
They say they tried to make me stop drinking on my own, and I said, yeah. And then she fell over.
She could have had, like, a sober coach around her. Like, she had all the...
But that's not very rock and roll, Poundcake, according to you.
She had all, like, the luxuries of being rich. Like, she could have gotten someone to stay with her 24/7 and tell her, like a doctor.
Yeah, but she probably didn't think that it was as bad as it was. Like, when people are that dependent on it, they often don't know that their body is become physically and like you can't really function without it. It's not just like a mental addiction.
Did you think you were like that?
No, I wasn't like that.
How do you know, though?
Because when I quit, I didn't die.
Hey, listen.
But I feel like there's a middle ground where you're like, do you get the itches and scratchings?
Yeah, I detoxed. Yeah, I itched. I had nightmares. I had sweats. I had shakes. I had all that for about a week. But yeah.
I've been around a lot of people over the course of my life who have done a lot of things. But I didn't know until Amy Winehouse that you could die from abruptly drinking alcohol.
Huge.
I didn't even know that.
It's one of the biggest things on like substance abuse when you and you Google any of it. It's like, do not, if you're an everyday drinker, you're drinking a ton, like, do not try to quit on your own. Go to an outpatient place, go to a hospital, tell them, hey, I drink 2 cases of beer a day and I'd like to stop, because you have to wean your body off of it. Otherwise your organs will fail.
It's like, which is almost counterintuitive, because it's like the way to do it and not die is to go, okay, tomorrow you're only going to drink a case and a half of beer.
Exactly.
And then next week, only a case of beer.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Dialing it down.
How long does that have to last?
Well, it depends on how much you're drinking, what you're drinking, if you go to like an outpatient place or if you check into rehab. I mean, there's so many factors.
Saying like someone like Drunk Sue, like I think she switches her alcohol like every other day.
I have no idea.
Like, how long would it take you to win? Like, is this like a 6-month plan? Is this a year plan?
Again, it's different for everybody. It's not like you'll be better in 4 days if you follow this program.
That's
you
what I'm
have
saying.
to deprogram your body from years of drinking daily. Years. It's crazy.
That is crazy.
You got liver, it looks like a balloon animal.
Yeah.
Or a piece of beef jerky.
Yeah, right. It's like a hockey puck.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete Davidson, he wasn't doing this with drinking, but he was doing it with weed, where he had to detox from weed just because he was consuming so much. So you can do it with anything.
Mm-hmm.
How do you detox from weed? Like, what side effects do you get?
I don't know, but he just told the story once on a radio show about how he was smoking so much weed that his doctor said, you can't quit cold turkey because
your brain does not handle it.
will not be okay.
Whoa.
So you have to slowly wean yourself off of it, because you're consuming so much, so often, that your body's dependent on it.
Smoke weed every day.
But just like a little bit.
Just a little puff.
Alan, I love how Cody thinks money solves everything.
I didn't say money solved everything. I said you can hire a doctor.
You definitely
can
have
hire a sober
You
coach.
definitely have more resources when you have money.
I was gonna say broke people don't have that
Solutions
luxury.
one thing, yeah.
Like, I have a friend. I have.
No, you don't.
I have friends on different levels of life. I have friends that don't have anything and they're addicts, and I have friends that have everything and they're addicts.
For you.
And the one that has
addicts. Oh, I thought he said they have everything in their attics.
ADDICT.
They're so rich they have multiple addicts.
That's what I'm hearing too.
Addicts is what he's
Addict.
saying. Yes.
Addiction.
Addict.
Okay.
Yes, but I heard. I thought he said people who have their addicts.
Well, I thought maybe he was talking about like people hiding skeletons in the closet, but he called it an attic.
No.
So.
They are addicts, is what you were saying.
But my friend's parents took him to like a $400,000 rehab facility, and he just was able to stay there until he got clean. And he was doing heavy stuff. This wasn't alcohol. This wasn't weed. Like, he was doing like heroin and stuff. And his parents paid for him to go to that essentially like retreat until he was sober.
Yeah.
Retreat from substance abuse, I believe is what they call it. Listen, I remember one summer, I was probably 21 years old, and I was drinking a jug a day of that Country Time pink lemonade.
Yeah. You didn't even snort the powder. You actually mixed it.
Mixed it.
Wow.
Yeah, no ice. So it was straight.
Yeah.
Straight, unmitigated,
You're drinking it 2 fingers at a time, or?
Oh, I would drink it.
Gulp.
I was drinking a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because it had kind of become my unofficial post-coital drink, too.
Sexy.
So I was drinking a lot of it.
Can I interest you in a lemonade?
Want some lemonade?
No, I don't
I had
have
this
ice.
plastic thing in the fridge in my dorm. They was just full of Country Time pink lemonade or Crystal Light. One of the two. I'm sure they're interchangeable.
No, they're not.
No, they're
really?
completely
Absolutely
different.
not.
Country
Oh,
Time
okay.
pink lemonade is like Sugar City pink lemonade. That's what we used to use to make pink panic
It's not like
Droppers.
Crystal Light is organic. I mean,
But
it's
like
all sugar,
diet.
too.
No, Crystal Light is like 0-calorie lemonade.
Now it might be, but back then there wasn't no zero
Crystal
calorie.
Light. That's why it's called Crystal,
Crystal
Light.
Light.
Because it was a it's always had artificial sweeteners.
I thought it was because it was opaque.
No.
Oh, semi-transparent?
Yeah.
Nothing? Okay. Well, there you go. Well, anyway. Okay, so
Post-coital lemonade.
I was drinking a lot of post-coital lemonade. Yeah. I was drinking a lot of that in school.
Did you have to detox from it?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sugar shakes.
I had to switch to milkshakes.
Crystal Light.
Yeah,
Crystal thick.
I had to really. I said, give me the full sugar Crystal Light.
Crystal Heavy.
Crystal Heavy is what they handed me Crystal Pepsi. I go, I don't think so. But anyway, I mention all of that because there is a lock of Kurt Cobain's hair that is up for auction. And not only does it come with ye olde certificate of authenticity, it's got a photo of the woman cutting his hair. They say lock, but it's like 4 or 5 strands of his hair or whatever.
That's stupid.
But I do love auction speak because...
Unless you can clone. Like
Yeah.
if you have clone technology, then I say buy.
But do you want to clone Kurt Cobain?
Of course you do.
Do you? I like auction speak. They go...
But it probably wouldn't go that well. Maybe we have something that would sound like if they cloned Kurt Cobain and it didn't go great. Maybe like a cover song or something.
What he might sound like. Burt Cobain.
Burt Cobain. Right. You're worried at how it could go terribly, horribly wrong.
Right,
Oh,
yes.
I see.
Easy friend, I do. With the head to hand, I do. Make you fit this shoe, I do. But you have a clue.
All right, I am reversing my long-held standing on stem cell research, Bill. We need to reverse that. I'm now, if you're not for it, you're against it. But I love auction speak. The Kurt Cobain hair is entirely fresh to market.
Ooh.
And accompanied by an impeccable lineage of provenance, including images of Kurt posing with the woman who cut his hair. 1989, in England, a woman named Tessa Osborne. They were on their Bleach tour. So this is before they blew up with Nevermind. This is like when you were into Nirvana in the Bleach days. Not retroactively. As soon as Nevermind blew up, everybody bought Bleach and said they were into them before that. Very few people were. And this woman...
I'm surprised they were doing that big of a tour off of Bleach.
Now, hold on. That means this woman cut his hair and kept it.
Kept it and then gave it to someone else who is now putting it up for auction.
But are we going to ignore how creepy that is?
No.
You may address
kept his hair. Sorry.
Tessa Osborne eventually gifted the lock of Cobain's hair along with a note of authenticity to an artist, friend of hers, after Cobain's death. Included with the hair on the auction block is an affidavit from the woman and photos of the First Lady clipping his hair. Authentic hair strands from Kurt Cobain. These are the same people who auctioned off his sweater from Unplugged. And so the auction went live a few days ago. You can bid through May 15th. If you're trying to get your hand on that sweet, sweet Kurt Cobain strands for auction.
So creepy, dude. Even if you buy it, and then what? You show it to people, and you're like, "It's his hair."
Yeah, you have probably
That's
a collection.
Creepy. That's weird to have other human hair
It's
in your
just
house.
hair. I mean, I think it's less creepy the more you pay for it. If you just have it, you go, yeah, that's good. How'd you get this? If you go, oh, I bid $250,000, they go, oh. Right,
That's worse.
No, it's not. If somebody goes, how'd you get this hair? And they go, I don't want to talk about it.
I found it.
Yeah, that's way worse. It's dirty. It's got grit in it. Yeah.
When I went to go get one of my awful tattoos, so this was like over a decade ago, I was in the chair and one of this guy's regulars, one of the tattoo artist regulars, like just walked through, and he had a super long ponytail, and they were made of all his dead friends' hair. So his hair was already long, but he had braided in other people's hair, and it was hair of his dead friends.
That creeps me out. Don't
with
take
that?
other people's hair.
It was never even alive when you were alive. Your hair is dead.
I don't know why. It really makes me uncomfortable. Why do you need other people's hair?
I
never saw
just
a
think
wig?
It's dumb. Like, I don't think it's all
That's
that
different than
impressive. Like,
needing a
paying
wig.
a bunch of money for a piece of hair and be like, like, aren't you impressed by this? I'm like, no.
It's a voodoo doll.
It is.
And I don't think it's gross either. I just think it's not interesting.
I think if you're somebody, I think if that's the only thing you've got, but I think these are people who are already like
they have vast collections.
Yeah, big auction types, and they've got money, and you know, I've got Eddie Van Halen's guitar, and I've got Kurt Cobain's hair. Now, if it was Kurt Cobain's pubic hair, that would be a get, because you figure it's only you and Courtney has got some of that.
I guess.
And you know, now if it had been his hair post suicide, boy, that would have been a get too.
Yeah.
Different colors, got some stuff in it.
little brain on it.
So
clumpy.
Yeah. So if you were somebody who only collected Rockstar pubic hair,
I think it's
like if you know, instead of a stamp collection, you've got little squares, short and curlies, and they're all like glassed and matted and framed up on the wall. You're like, here's my gallery of pubes, famous pubes. Now that's a conversation starter, right? They go, hey, this guy over here has got Cobain's hair. Cobain's hair, please. I got a couple of taint threads from John Popper. How you like that? How you like them apples? I got pubes from Ravi Shankar back there.
I guess it's just I don't know, people smelling hair.
I mean, not smelling it. It's going to be glassed in, and it's going to. These people are never going to touch it.
I think that. Yeah. Okay.
Why would you want to befoul Kurt Cobain's old strands?
I don't know.
I would almost 30 years old.
I don't want anybody's hair.
You hear that, guys? Stop sending Mary your hair.
Please quit with the hair clumps.
Pubic or otherwise.
I was going to say pubes. Okay.
No, I don't want that. I don't want. What am I going to do with that?
I don't know.
Would you rather have Kurt Cobain's hair or Skyline chili?
Skyline chili. I don't want anybody's hair.
All right.
Because I feel like that's just inherently creepy to have somebody's
Good pun.
hair.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's you. A lot of other people might think differently.
If someone
about it.
showed you hair, human hair, you'd just be like, "Oh, cool."
I don't care. It's human hair. Like I said, we cut it all the time. It's not like it screams when it comes off your head.
I get that. It's not about it being alive. It's about that's a weird thing to want to have from a person.
My mom still has my rat tail.
All right, welcome to Skyline Chili or Kurt Cobain's hair. Bill Squire is our, Mary Santora's already said Skyline Chili. Bill Squire, he's a software engineer for Richmond, Virginia. Bill, would you rather have Kurt Cobain's hair or Skyline Chili?
I'm going to go hair. Give me
hair.
the hair.
Is correct. Yeah. Poundcake, Skyline Chili or Kurt Cobain's hair?
His pubic hair.
Wasn't an option.
Wasn't one of the options. You lose. Bill Squire wins this installment of Skyline Chili
Why would I
or
want some,
Kurt Cobain's hair.
Some worthless chili when I could, even if I don't like the hair, it has value, so I can sell it or at least, use it to trade for other things.
Put the hair on the chili.
Like a barter system?
Yeah.
Now that would be an interesting piece. I've got Skyline Chili that is dressed with Kurt Cobain's hair.
Mm-hmm.
I spent $300,000 on the hair. I spent $299 on the Skyline Chili.
You eat it and you pick it out, and it's like needle in a haystack.
There you
You're
go.
the winner.
Mm-hmm. Hey, is there hair in my chili? There
It's
is,
Kurt Cobain!
And it's from Kurt Cobain.
You win!
Dead frontman of Nirvana. All right, I got a break. I'm going to have those 9 Inch Nails tickets for you after we return here. They're doing 2 shows this September at Jacobs Pavilion, and I'll get you a pair for that second show, September 23rd. It's 9 Inch Nails and Pixies. So we'll do those coming back, and 4:30 is the next chance for you to win $1,000 and go fund yourself.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Whitner, Trent Reznor live. 9 Inch Nails going back on tour this fall, 2 nights in Cleveland. Bit of a homecoming, right? Pixies are your supporting act. They're going to play Tuesday, September 21st. Go to WMMS.com to register for that first night show. Or get your second night show from me, Thursday, September 23rd. All right? These are not on sale to everyone else until this Friday morning. So you can grab them early all this week. So good luck. Caller 10. Get a pair of tickets. 9 Inch Nails, Pixies, September 23rd, Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Okay, so being called an audio hate crime by Ohio Quilter Magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
Nothing controversial at all to say that 9 Inch Nails is one of the best live shows that you will see. It was true 25 years ago, and it's true now.
And seeing them at Nautica is a treat because they're usually playing, like, arenas.
Mm-hmm.
So getting to see, like, a somewhat smaller venue. It's still a pretty large venue, but there's a reason they're doing 2 shows, because they can.
Mm-hmm. And who knows what they'll be doing on that day in between. Maybe he'll be strolling around Cleveland with that hot wife of his.
Maybe he'll stop by the iHeartRadio studios for a tour before it officially opens.
Right.
Probably not, but it'd be cool.
That'd be cool. Yeah, that's only a couple of weeks before we'll be in the new digs downtown. Hey, Paul.
Oh. Hello?
What's going on,
Alan?
Paul? Yes, sir. Hello.
Hey. I'm okay. How are you? Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller.
Well, love first-time callers. Thank you for holding. What's going on, Paul?
I had called earlier because you were talking about Skyline Chili.
Yeah.
And I was calling to mention, first off, I just want to say I don't like Skyline Chili. I want to go on record as saying...
Again, I'm the only person here on the show who's never had it.
No, Poundcake's never had it.
Oh, and if I like it, I apparently will be the first person here to like it. So,
But listen, I have to say, now Poundcake did not know this individual like I thought he might. But you all know Anthony Bourdain, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. He, in this first... Did you ever see the episode he did in Cleveland?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, they went to Skyline during that episode.
Yes.
And Anthony Bourdain likes Skyline Chili. So I always found that very odd because I like Anthony Bourdain, and I think he's excellent.
Well, everyone's palate is different, and I'm sure, again, to me, that's something I don't need. I don't know if you necessarily need to have a refined palate. It's just something he liked. And I think he always, part of his allure was he always considered himself kind of a man of the people. He wasn't no highfalutin.
Well, that was his argument. That was exactly his argument. That's
Yeah.
right. Okay. Was that it's so popular, it is accepted on so many levels. It's kind of like John Bon Jovi, right? If you don't like his music, you gotta respect what he's doing, right?
I do like that analogy. Skyline Chili is like John Bon Jovi, really.
Bon John.
Yep. They both tried to buy the Buffalo Bills. Right.
Bon Jovi tried to did you say he tried to buy the Buffalo Bills?
I did. And listen, if given the opportunity, I would try to take a bite out of John Bon Jovi, too. I won't lie to you, right? He's a handsome man. He's cranked out a lot of hits. He's certainly talented. He's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, inducted by one Howard Stern a few years ago. And so why not?
Now, speaking of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, when Anthony Bourdain came to Cleveland, you remember he went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Do you remember who he went with?
I remember that he went with, I don't remember.
Okay. You're going to like this, actually. Okay, listen, if you get a chance, you should look this episode up. I'm sure it was the first season. It was a long time ago. He goes with one of the Ramones. I forget which one.
Okay. Marky was probably the only one still alive at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they go to Lola, actually. And it's funny because Michael Simon had just started Lola. So Michael Simon is like really young in that episode. They go to Hot Sauce Williams. It's really a great episode.
Oh, I miss Hot Sauce Williams.
I remember.
Oh, rip Hot Sauce Williams. Yeah.
So if you watch the episode, you'll have a little. They go to the one on Carnegie.
Yeah.
Absolutely, him and Michael Simon, and they hang out there for quite a while. You know who he hangs out with in a lot of that show is Harvey Picard. Do you know Harvey Picard?
Of course, American Splendor. He used to do Letterman all the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes, he hangs out with Harvey a lot. They went to Sokolowski's with Harvey.
R.I.P. Sokolowski's, another casualty
Yes,
of the
I know.
coronavirus. Yeah. It's hard to believe that Harvey's been dead a decade now, Paul.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. This July, it'll be 10 years.
God, I forget.
11
he's
years.
One of those I forget that he's, honestly, I still read his stuff occasionally. I have his comic books. And I feel, and it's funny, too, because Anthony Bourdain, when I called Poundcake earlier to talk to him, I go, do you know Anthony Bourdain? He goes, the dead guy? I'm like, well, yes, one of them.
Well, he wasn't incorrect.
Well, I get that.
Anthony Bourdain is dead.
Yeah. I know. And I forget that Harvey Picard's dead, too. But whatever. It's a great episode.
Okay. I got you. Thank you, Paul.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, okay. There's more. Go ahead.
Well, I was on hold for a while, and I was listening to you all talk.
Yeah.
And I have so many connections with your show today. It's very weird.
Okay.
You were talking earlier about, first off, I want to agree with Mary. I agree with her with the hair.
It's creepy.
Okay.
Collecting hair is very creepy. That is correct.
Even Kurt Cobain's hair.
Any hair.
Well,
Any
how
hair.
did you guys
Okay.
start talking about Kurt Cobain? I was on hold, and I didn't really catch that. How did you...
Because
How did he come up?
because a lock of his hair is up for auction.
But he's dead, too, you know. That's what I was thinking when I was on hold.
What?
God, Anthony Bourdain.
I don't think he's dead. I'm pretty sure Kurt Cobain is still alive.
Him and Tupac.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's another one.
Okay.
Okay, so, and Mary, I agree with you on that. Bill, actually, I got a question for Bill.
Yo. Yes, this is the longest
remember
phone
Rick
call.
Gilmore?
Well, it is his
Remember
first.
Rick-
He's a first-time caller. He might never be a second-time
Right.
caller, so we got to get it from
Let's
him
get
now.
it in. Let's go. Okay.
Get it from him now.
Let's do it, Paul. What's it? What's the question?
Do you know Rick Gilmore?
No.
Do you know that name? He's a radio guy from the late 90s on WTAM. You don't know Rick Gilmore? Gilly?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you might.
Okay. Well, I
He
don't.
did a on Sunday nights. He did a talk show on WTAM in the late 90s. They gave him like 3 hours after the Tribe games on Sunday nights, and he was highly entertaining.
No.
And I thought Bill would know him. Actually.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I didn't. I mean, I was.
He's a Cleveland radio legend.
Are you trying to say that he's dead too, Paul?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Ta-da, and we've come circle. Yeah,
Right.
He's dead too. That's right.
Do you have
well,
any
there
of
you
his
go.
hair?
Yeah.
God, I'm getting old. That's what that means.
Okay. Well, listen, I've got to move on, Paul, but I appreciate the call.
Okay, Alan.
Okay. Thank you, pal. There's Paul, a first-time caller.
26 minutes? No. I'm
Blew
just
his
kidding.
wad, boy. I mean, he got it all out.
He had things to talk about.
Yeah.
Some things to get to. I've got $1,000 here for you to win. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. $1,000 every time you hear one of these keywords. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword stock at WMMS.com. That's stock. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Well, after much fanfare, Elon Musk hosted Saturday Night Live and no one died. The world didn't explode.
That Chinese rocket fell.
Right into the Indian Ocean. Although, I will say, I don't think the phrase Saturday Night Live affects currency markets has ever been printed before. He was on. Some people pointed out that A.D. Bryant was in no sketches with him. I'm not sure if that was by accident or by design. She was one of the cast members that was publicly not in favor of Elon Musk hosting. And everybody who made a public statement about it kind of had a different take. Pete Davidson and Michael Che were more along the lines of, like, this is a huge known guy. Why wouldn't you have a billionaire supervillain on your show? And frankly, it's not the worst episode I've seen recently of Saturday Night Live. he was just weird and goofy enough where, listen, that show, it doesn't matter who the host is, it's about the writing. And if you get a host who's fairly capable and the writing's good that week, you'll have an okay show. Miley Cyrus was the musical guest. That's fine.
And she did some sketches too, which I always like when she's in sketches because she knows how to act. She's got those chops.
Yeah, she's hosted before.
She's hosted
been
before.
real good.
In the Hannah Montana days, she knows how to get up there and ham it up.
Wait, but she was Hannah Montana?
Oh, did I spoil it for you?
Did you ever see him in the same room, Alan?
No, and I don't recall them looking similar either.
Different hair color, but...
Yeah, because Hannah Montana had long blonde hair. Miley Cyrus doesn't have long blonde hair.
I know.
It was like spiky and long.
Magic.
Now it's all weird. But I thought it was an okay episode. I really liked the Murder Dirter sketch. I thought that was very funny. And then the Trial of Wario I thought was pretty funny.
It's a me, Wario.
Yeah.
So Elon Musk was talking about how he's the first host with Asperger's, which is not true.
No.
People like to point out that Dan Aykroyd also has Asperger's. I don't think he mentioned that when he hosted. I think he mentioned it on like a podcast or something.
Yeah, I don't think he was really even diagnosed or like it was even talked about. Like I don't think anybody really said like diagnosed anybody with Asperger's till later. I don't know. I don't feel like it was a thing that was talked about in the 80s.
Right.
But Elon Musk was enough of a combination of just being a grown-up rich nerd and having that South African accent, and just being a weird, jittery dude, where they would put him in stuff and you'd go, oh, okay, I get it.
I'm actually making history tonight as the first person with Asperger's to host SNL. Or at least the first to admit it. So I won't make a lot of eye contact with the cast tonight. But don't worry, I'm pretty good at running human in emulation mode.
So there's a lot of jokes about how he's aloof and weird. And
Do the hosts don't write their own? Do they write their own monologue?
No.
I know, like the comics would, but he didn't write that stuff. Okay.
No.
I'd first like to share with you my vision for the future. I believe in a renewable energy future. I believe that humanity must become a multi-planetary space-faring civilization. Those seem like exciting goals, don't they?
Excuse me, do you know how much electricity crypto mining uses? Shoot the guy in the back row.
I think if I just posted that on Twitter, I'd be fine. But I also write things like 69 days after 420, again, haha.
So, I mean, it was Dogecoin, by the way, dropped. I think the people who had Dogecoin, a young Bill Squire among them, were thinking, man, this is going to be great.
I also know that it doesn't
when Elon
happen.
Musk is on SNL.
I didn't think that it was going to have. I mean, it was up like to 75 cents on Friday, and then it dropped, but it raised the floor, and so like it'll go up again this coming week, and I'm not worried about it because I got in pretty early.
They did a bit. During Weekend Update where he came out and he was playing a guy who was a crypto expert, and that bit was they kept asking him, okay, so what's Dogecoin? And he would give them some real specific answer, and they go, okay, but what is it?
But what is it?
But what is it?
Yeah.
This is $1, right? It's real. See?
Sorta.
Yeah,
Sorta
okay.
real.
Yeah. So what is Dogecoin?
About as real as that dollar.
Now, Colin, are you making any sense of this?
Me? Well, I've actually been reading a lot about it, yeah, and I'm trying to diversify my investment portfolio. My question is, what is Dogecoin?
I'm glad you asked.
It's a good question.
Well, it's the future of currency. It's an unstoppable financial vehicle that's going to take over the world.
I get that, but what is it, man?
I keep telling you, it's a cryptocurrency you can trade for conventional money.
Oh, so it's a hustle.
Yeah, it's a hustle.
Why didn't you say that, man?
Yeah, so that's why Dogecoin dropped, I guess, because he admitted that it was a hustle on Saturday Night Live.
And people were like, oh, come on. Seriously?
Come on, we're trying to get these suckers to buy this nonsense, man. What are you doing to me?
It's not a hustle. Keep buying Dogecoin, everybody.
Yeah, right. So again, it's certainly not, even in recent memory, it's not the worst episode I can recall seeing. And, whatever. Who cares? A lot of people were up in arms over Elon Musk. hosting SNL.
Yeah, it was fine.
It was Mother's Day, so they had the cold open was Miley singing and all the cast members' moms and doing
Aw.
jokes and stuff. And then Elon Musk's mom comes out, and she looked like an old rich lady. I don't know if he comes from money or whatever.
I think he
but
does.
Okay.
I think someone said he comes from South African emerald mining.
Oh God. Okay.
So I think,
She had like a
they're
fur
always
coat and
very ethical.
Sure.
Those emerald miners in Africa.
So he got just a little startup cash early in his entrepreneurial
Just a few
days.
emeralds worth.
Just a little startup cash.
Side note, didn't Pete Davidson's dad die in 9/11, or was that a joke?
No, that's true.
It was, how much of his life is real of that movie he made? Was his dad a firefighter?
His dad was a firefighter.
Yeah.
His dad was
Okay.
a firefighter, died on 9/11. It's part of his mythology there on SNL. That's part of his not mythology, but that's like part of his bio.
His origin story, basically.
Origin
Yeah.
story.
His
There you
mom's
go.
still alive?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she's a nurse, and they lived together till recently. See, the thing
Just
about
bought her a house down the street.
Just bought her a house down the street.
He
and,
lived with Ariana Grande for a time, and then he
for
got
like a week. Yeah.
He was like, "Thanks for letting me live here." She's like, "This is our house. What do you mean?"
He's like, "No, it's not."
and then they broke up, and he's like, "Oh yeah, so I'm gonna get out of our house."
Yeah. But Dirter Murder was pretty good too.
Dirter Murder was my favorite sketch of the whole weekend.
If you've been watching Mayor of Easttown, which is a Kate Winslet crime drama on HBO, where she nails the Pennsylvania accent, they've made a big deal about the fact that Kate Winslet is an actress who's English, of course, goes to great lengths to nail accents. And the Pennsylvania one is a really hard one to nail. And people who are from there will immediately bash you if you don't get it. But it's got a lot of nuances to it and a lot of weirdness to it if you've ever lived there.
Yeah, because
you
I
know
feel
that, and it's,
I feel like it's very inconsistent in how, like, there's some words they'll say right that they would normally say wrong, but then there's other words that like sound the same as that word, but they'll say it weird. It's very strange.
So they did a bit called Murder Dirter. It's daughter. Instead of daughter, it was Dirter. And his Dirter got murdered.
Murdered my Dirter.
With Kate McKinnon playing a grizzled lady detective.
She does a great job with the accent,
yeah,
too.
she's
I think
fantastic.
she's from that area.
Kate McKinnon?
If not, she just does it really well. But I think, who is Tina Fey's from that area?
Oh, yeah,
so
she's
she'll
from
always
Upper
do it.
Darby
She,
area,
she crushes it.
New York and D.C.
County sent me to oversee this investigation.
comes another story of a grizzled lady detective
Well, call me Care. Everybody else does.
Jogger found the body over there. What do we know so far?
I don't know. We know. All I know is what we don't know.
with a very specific accent.
I don't know. I know her. It's Owen's Dirter.
Dirter?
Did I stir? The Dirter's been murdered.
Oh, daughter.
You've seen dead teens in New York, Chicago, and Boston. But what about another city with very specific whites? Pennsylvania whites.
Would you guys quit eating Wawa hoagies over the body, please? Sorry, boss.
From the makers of Mayor of Easttown and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia comes
No! Is it my dirter?
And when she's murdered,
They murdered my dirter?
I'm afraid to sue.
My dirter had a baby dirter and they murdered
Murder Dirter.
Yeah, Murder Dirter.
I kind of like that Beck Bennett isn't good at doing the accent. It kind of makes it funnier.
Oh, no. Kate McKinnon's from she's from Long Island.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she's just a
Kills the accent, though.
That was a very funny sketch. And then also, speaking of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, that show Mythic Quest is back.
Yeah.
Season 2.
Funny show.
Like that show a lot. And then I also watched the Michael Che show on HBO Max. That was pretty funny. I actually liked it a lot.
That damn Michael Che?
Yeah.
Yeah. So many things to watch.
So many things to watch, man.
So little time. We started watching The Sopranos.
Oh,
Gwen
Pasta Uncles.
Gwen had never watched it, and so I was like, we should watch Sopranos, because I've seen them.
Mhm.
Not for a long time, though, so it's kind of like watching it again.
Yeah.
Jury's still out for her, though, I think.
I feel like the first season I was a little shaky on it, but it gets much better.
Yeah,
as the
everybody's so
seasons
skinny
go
and has
on.
so much hair, and you're like,
Yeah, it's
this
weird,
is,
right? You're like,
this
this
isn't the
doesn't
show
seem
I
right.
remember. Come
Yeah.
on. Let me break. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you want to text 35192 to do that, and you could listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots of money.
Economic impact payment.
to be at the Medina County Fair June 25th and 26th. Every one of these tickets, you get access to the track party, got a chance to meet the drivers, see the trucks close up. You're going to have merch, autographs, the whole bit. Tickets, info, whatever else you need, monstertruckthrowdown.com. 4-pack of tickets here for you if you're caller 10. Good luck. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's been wrong at least 11 times in his life. But to be fair, those were on purpose.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192 if you want to get a text. Cavaliers lose again against Dallas. That was here at home, I think. They're at the Romo Fijo. 124-97. So it was a pretty definitive loss. That puts them at a 13-game streak. They're going to play the Pacers of Indiana tonight at 7:30. So 7 o'clock here on MMS is when your pregame will begin. Cavaliers tonight. Indians tomorrow. They're going to play the Cubs at Progressive Field. So we'll be out here a couple minutes early because it's an early-ish game. So 6:10 is your first pitch tomorrow. I was reading about how pissed Trevor Bauer is currently being with the Dodgers. Because he's like, yeah, you're going to win some games. Going to be on top of the world, ma. And the Dodgers, and they're not winning games right now.
They were like, nah.
They won it all last year. They're being lazy.
What's that?
They won it all last year, right? So now they're like, a little champ fat.
Yes, champ fat.
And
That's
they're not
precisely
out of it or
what it
anything like
is.
that, but they're 18 and 17. They can still turn it on.
He said, I freaking hate losing. That's why I came here. Well, sure. I don't like losing. Although I got to tell you, he looks like he put on a couple of LBs.
Champ fat.
But he wasn't there last year.
He wasn't a champ last year. He was in Cincinnati eating Skyline.
No.
So maybe that's where he put it on.
Famp chat.
He did sign a 3-year, $102 million deal. Everybody thought he was going to go to the Mets. And the Dodgers come out and go, not so fast. And
and what was that voice again?
Not so fast. That's number 97, Bill.
Man of 1,000 voices.
That's right. So, I think they started the season pretty hot. For a while, the Dodgers were the team to beat.
I think they're still a team to beat. I mean,
they've lost 15 of their last 20 games.
Well, they better figure it out. But
yeah, they're
they
just
still could.
over 500.
Yeah.
Not his fault, obviously. I think he's doing well. The team is not doing well. So, listen, I think that there's one thing we can all agree on. That's what happens when you try to leave Cleveland to better yourself.
Yeah.
Right?
You'll lose.
Look what happened to Mary. She crawled out of Berea, Ohio, and everything, and the joke's on you because I saw that the Berea Rib Cook-Off is coming back this summer. You decide to leave, and they bring back the live Rib Cook-Off to Berea.
I haven't lived there in about 15 years, but that's okay. You're right.
And now you know why. They had to cancel last year, obviously, but they're bringing it back. Memorial Day weekend. The big National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest.
Woohoo. It's always so fun.
The city of Berea, Ohio. They'll compete for one of 3 major awards.
Best sauce.
Best sauce is 1.
Best ribs.
Best ribs is 2.
And
best bone.
Best bone. No, it's best sauce, best ribs, and is it
like
best
a best of fest
pork?
kind of thing or something like that?
It's like it might be like the People's Choice Award or something like that. Yeah.
The People's Choice Award. Does she know her hometown rib cook-off, or does she know her hometown rib cook-off?
You have to go every year, man.
And Beer Fest. I've never been.
You haven't? Well, do you
Not
like
a rib guy.
ribs? I don't like ribs either, but every place has like chicken or pork or great sides.
I'm not
Oh my
averse
gosh.
to them. I just have
other
never gone.
barbecues.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Some of the best like greens and beans.
That stuff I like. Love that stuff.
I'm a big fan of the sides. Like, I could have a little bit of meat and then, like, cornbread, greens, beans, coleslaw, mac and cheese. I'm a bigger fan of the sides, but yeah.
Greens, beans, rams.
Damn, you beat me to it. I didn't hit my mic button fast enough.
So I grew up eating. Other attractions include family fun activities. Pin the mask on the donkey, I assume.
Pin the brisket in your mouth.
Live music. Hey, listen, with the masks, you got a built-on napkin.
Or truff.
Or
Feeding
truff.
bag
You
put in
eat
there.
in there and you get it on you, man.
Fill it up with some meat and then just slap it on your face.
The rib
Feed bag it.
cook-off in 2019, I told the story on air about how we kept winning goldfish and then gave them all to my niece and sent them when my sister
The animal,
was-
not the cracker, right?
Yeah. My sister was so pissed because we sent them home with like 11 goldfish and they kept dying.
Oh, yeah.
So she had to explain to my niece, like, we have to go release these. And they like put them in a lake and like the fish, and my niece is like bawling her eyes out.
We have to release these
Fish keep dying.
into the wild.
On a lighter note, speaking of ribs, I told you how I celebrated Mother's Day on Friday because I didn't want to be bothered on Sunday because I was going to see the boy.
Yep.
We ended up going to Famous Dave's for our like Mother's Day dinner, and I hadn't had ribs in so long. The ribs are so damn good.
At Famous Dave's.
Yeah.
I've only had one thing ever, and it was surprisingly good. It was a sandwich that was just sausage and pickles.
Yeah. Pickles are great with barbecue. The acid cuts the fat. Science.
Thank you, Dr. Science. I'm just saying
Dr.
that
Science.
I've
Dr.
never.
Science.
That's the
Listen
only
to
thing I've
that.
ever had from there, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, I don't go there often.
I wasn't expecting anything amazing from a chain, is what I'm saying.
Oh, it's awesome. And we got like a garbage
Right,
can.
it's famous. Huh.
Hold on. Had to finish my gummy worm.
Now, did you eat your Famous Dave's for the new episode of the Poundcake podcast?
No, but I should have.
All right. What's the feedback been on the latest episode?
You know, I haven't checked. I haven't been on Instagram all
See,
weekend.
this is the thing now. He's done too many of these, and he
Riding
forgot
the
who
high
put him
horse.
there. He
Right.
forgot the fans who put his podcast on the map, the people who stood by him through fat and thin, where he's eating on the air.
Just haven't really been checking Twitter this weekend. I was kind of busy doing things.
I understand.
What'd you do Saturday?
Saturday, I would love to get sucked up. What did we do Saturday? I think we just had people over the house. I don't remember exactly. It was a busy weekend.
Interesting.
Moo.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, everyone. Hi. Before I get to my topic, congratulations, Mary, Bill, on your album. Well done.
Thank you.
Hey, so I'm about an hour and a half behind because I was watching online, but if I may, with your permission, harken back about an hour to the Tawny Katane, Chuck Finley conversation you were having. And
Yeah,
I know
okay.
Poundcake asked, due to the tumultuous relationship they had, would it be a good idea or a bad idea to go to that funeral? So let me give you my situation, and my soon-to-be ex-wife is still alive, although who knows how long that could last. But get this. So this woman...
Is Jake trying to tell us that he's planning on killing his ex-wife?
No, not quite.
All right.
But get this. So this woman, she transformed herself from middle-class housewife to crystal meth tweaker, stole thousands and thousands of dollars from me, and had an affair, and we're in our late 40s, by the way, had an affair with a 20-year-old boy who was now indicted for a double homicide in Akron.
Yeah, because he was her dealer.
Perhaps. But,
Yeah, sure.
That's quite the after-school special.
Crackerin'.
The D was to die for.
Well, listen, it was, what are you going to do, right? So what's you're talking about if she invariably dies, what's your connection to this?
He's not going to the funeral.
I mean, would it be appropriate to go to the funeral or not? I have kids with this woman.
Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, Tawny Katane and Chuck Finley had 2 kids. So, listen, if it's somebody that you were dating for a little while, I get it if you're not going to haul ass to the funeral, especially if it's not local. But if it's somebody, it's your kid's mom.
Some people might need closure, but I'm not one of those people. I'd be like, see you in hell, bitch.
Yeah, married for 22 years. In dog years, I guess that's 154, and it about felt that long.
So, Jake, what was her first foray into crystal meth?
Getting mixed up with the wrong people in Crackerin, as Poundcake calls it.
But what was this was like a professional circle of people, or how did she fall in with the wrong people?
She was a property manager, and we dealt with low dollar type properties in Akron, and she got mixed up with the wrong people.
Oh boy! Once you open the door, she's getting high on her own supply. All right, well, and what was how long did that transformation take? It was probably pretty rapid.
About a spring and a summer.
Spring and a summer.
Wow.
In her defense, I will say springtime is the best time to do meth.
The meth time.
The best time to do meth time.
It's the meth time.
Yeah, because it's rebirth, and you're just happy it's not winter anymore, and you're like, I want to do some meth. So yeah, I mean, you should limit it to spring. But by the time summer comes, boy, you got
then you got that summer body.
You got a beach body
Yeah.
and everything. Oh man, you can't even keep them trunks on; they're falling off your body.
Yeah, we got that winter smile.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Jake, but
That's a good one, Bill.
that's a good one.
Cheers.
Okay, thank you. There's Jake, who's formerly middle class ex-wife, slid down that slippery slope into tweakerdom.
It is a
And then what are you
slippery
going to
slope.
do, right? How many families have got a story like that?
Lots.
Unfortunately. So many. But anyway, that rib cook-off sounds really delicious. What, Cody?
I was just saying, I think everyone has a family member that's a tweaker. Like, mine was a crackhead, and he happened to commit murder.
We don't have any tweakers in my family, I don't think.
One that was an alcoholic, but you were the alcoholic, I guess.
Okay, there's a difference between an alcoholic and a tweaker.
But I'm saying, okay.
Not to him.
Shades of degree, Mary Santora. You're still not doing your body any favors.
Yeah, the resident
Yeah, I
drug
agree
addict.
with that, but I wasn't selling off TVs and stealing from my family members.
Not yet. Your mom's got a whole storage unit full of stuff. Man, if you were a tweaker, you'd be in
Oh,
paradise. You'd never run out of crap to sell.
So I'm actually kind of jealous of you because you never had a family member that came around and everyone had to hide their belongings. Like they would all put it in one room. So
No, we didn't
You
have
can-
any, I mean, that I know of, any drug addicts like in our immediate, that I was interacting with.
any loose change we had on the table, we would either put it in a
Loose
jar.
change?
Yeah, we would either put it in a jar so we know that
He's going to take the jar.
Like he knows that he can take those because they're just like pennies and stuff and we want to get rid of them anyways, or anything we wanted to keep, we would all just put it in a room upstairs because he don't wander upstairs.
Yeah, a tweaker jar.
Yeah.
It's like a swear jar.
Just like how most people have like M&Ms or like little candies on the table, we have pennies, and then by the end of the time, like we're hanging out, gone.
They're all gone. Just slowly, one by one, he's picking at them.
Little tooth fairy. Yeah, he tries to make it seem like we don't know what's going on. I'm like, bitch, we put that there for you, stoner.
Stoner.
It's a pound cake. That's a stoner.
He's tripping on pot.
That's right. He's out there tripping on pot.
I need to buy a dime bag.
Oh, boy. Yeah, so, there you go. Listen, if you look to your left and you look to your right, neither one of those people are alcoholics. Probably you're the alcoholic.
You're all welcome.
Especially if you're in Alcoholics Anonymous. You look to your left, you don't know that guy's name. You look to your right, you don't know that guy's name either. They are both alcoholics. All right, Alcoholics Anonymous, bad example, right? Everybody
not
in
a
there.
great example.
Everybody in there is alcoholic, right?
When my friend was pregnant in college, she used to smell everyone's...
Pregnant in college. Tell you what,
she was
a lot
a
of
twin.
amazing stories to start with that. When my friend was pregnant in college,
Yeah.
She was a twin. What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying, her sister wasn't pregnant, so her sister would still want to party and rage at like our college parties, and she would come along.
that doesn't stop a lot of pregnant girls.
Well, she did. It stopped her.
Especially one that gets pregnant in college.
So she came to our college parties. And everyone was just like, "Hey, there's a pregnant chick in the corner," and we're drinking, partying, and have a good time. And she's like, "Can I smell your beer?" I'm like, "You want to smell my drink? Can I just need to be close to alcohol." And she would like sniff everyone's alcohol because that was her way of trying to enjoy the party. She couldn't get drunk. So
She was still at the party, though.
Oh, she was at the party, but
Yeah.
she just was the only sober one, pregnant. Can I sniff your alcohol? Can I sniff your
And,
151
and probably
pineapple
pretty
juice?
popular, because you're not going to get more pregnant.
It's true.
Man, think about that.
I was just afraid a fight was going to break out.
So she was really, what was she studying in college? She was
Oh,
really
God.
committed to her academics.
I don't know. I don't know what she was studying.
Guys, I got knocked up. And you know what? It's only second semester freshman year. And I'm going to take the L on this. And
Second semester, first trimester.
I'm
Man.
gonna have the kid. That's right.
She was
Did she have the kid?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah, she had the kid.
Yeah, she got to the point where she was going.
You said she was pregnant. You didn't say how far along she was.
no.
Visibly pregnant, I imagine.
No, she was a great.
Was she visibly pregnant?
Yes.
Oh.
So that, like at the party, everyone would be like, "Is that a pregnant girl?" And so there was no way she could like slip and take a drink or anything like that because everyone would be watching her and they'd be
Dude,
like,
I've been with so many people who drink while they're pregnant. It
Oh
makes me
my God. See, no.
unbelievably uncomfortable.
someone would have blew her up on like Snapchat or Instagram just to be dicks. But like I would not want that in my house. But she was really nice, and so you didn't have to worry about it. So I liked her to sniff my Bacardi and pineapple juice.
It's the worst euphemism I've ever heard in my life. Would you like to come over and sniff my Bacardi and pineapple juice? Mmm.
That made her happy.
I understand.
So what do you say to those people, Mary?
I don't say anything. I just get super quiet and like walk away or leave.
And they're like,
it makes me so uncomfortable.
That's when you get super quiet.
I've been around so many women, like more, it actually probably isn't that many. I'd say at least 5 that I've seen while they are drinking while they're pregnant. And I just kind of like, I can't, I mean, it's not, I'm not going to say anything to you. You know, there's no way you're at this state and you don't know that that's potentially harmful for the baby. So anything I say is not going to change your mind. You know what I mean?
So what happens if you're alcoholic and you have a child and you have to drink to
You have fetal alcohol syndrome. Baby comes out all messed up.
Oh, okay.
I mean, and again, it's like, I know that it's like your body, your choice. You can do whatever you want, but it makes me super,
Don't put your freedom muzzle on me, Mary.
Makes me super uncomfortable. There would be times you'd have to like serve pregnant women at bars and stuff because you can't. I mean, you can, but like, or there'd be times I would ask other people to do it because I'm like, I'm not.
What would be their drink of
Yeah,
choice?
it's like the pharmacist that won't give you the morning after pill or whatever. It's like, just do your job, all right?
Yeah.
Same thing with
I
the
know.
bartender.
I know.
I'm pregnant. Just do your job.
Just make that dumb kid.
That's right.
It's just one of those.
You're not
like,
paying child support.
They'll give you like tests where it's like a moral challenge, and you're like, I don't know.
Is it a glass
I
of
don't know if I
wine?
should do this. It just depends, whatever they drink.
Because it would be something if it was just like a kiddie shot, like a green tea shot versus something.
Green tea shots are whiskey. You know that, right?
Yeah, to him, that's a kiddie shot.
It is a kiddie
It's
shot.
Jameson.
You know, like
It's
something,
so
something you'd give a kid, you know, whiskey.
Like, that's not going to hurt. Nothing. You can take a couple of those.
It could all potentially hurt or not. It just depends on to what degree you're willing to take the chance.
Right.
And a lot of people are, because let's face it, morality, pretty played out.
Well, my thing is that it's like if you're willing to be pregnant and drink in public, you're probably doing it at home, would be my guess. Unless this is like your one treat to go have a glass of wine with dinner. I don't know.
Just have a big, strong one.
Yeah, I guess.
One big, strong one, and then you're good for the rest of the day.
Another Long Island iced tea for my friend over here, please.
I murdered my own murder.
Murdered by my iced tea.
Is that illegal?
Is what illegal?
To drink like
no.
while you're pregnant?
You can drink, you can smoke, you can do whatever you want.
They got warnings on everything.
Everything says, hey, you probably shouldn't do this.
Don't do this, but they'll be like, yeah, you're not going to tell me what to do.
There's a lot of parents that don't care about their kids. Yeah.
Damn nanny state.
My mom wouldn't even let me have like a wine cooler in front of her. Like all my
When you were pregnant?
No. Like my cool friends' parents, they were like, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm a cool parent. I'll let you have a little sip of the wine cooler."
I know you're going to do it, so I might as well do it here.
You might as well do it in the house. My mom, she's like, I'm like, "Mom, I'm 19." She's like, "Yeah, touch that wine cooler. You ain't 21 yet."
Bartles and James for you.
Oh, when I was moving my son into college, we went, you do a big shop
Yeah.
when you're moving in. And he goes, hey, could we get I go, nope.
Wrong guy, dude.
Wrong guy.
I didn't ask her to buy it for me.
And there's a part of my brain where I was like, listen, you're not going to have
get it.
I told him, I go, you're not going to have a hard time getting whatever you need. I just ain't buying it for you.
Right. My dad bought me booze one time. It was the time I got thrown out of the John Mayer concert.
It's his fault.
He bought us two.
Your dad couldn't handle your high.
Yeah, we got bottles of Hypnotic and played Thunderstruck with them.
Hypnotic?
Mhm.
What classy night.
Yeah.
So ratchet.
I know it is.
For John Mayer, too.
Yeah.
Like,
We pre-gamed John Mayer by playing Hypnotic Thunderstruck.
yeah.
You were all out of Midori that
Yeah.
afternoon?
Right.
Chill blues guitarist.
Such a classy broad.
And then you
And I
guys are
rushed
like,
the stage.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Those were her blues.
He was so mad. He was like, I've never bought any of my kids alcohol before, and then you go and pull this crap. I don't know. I'm sorry about that. And just on his guitar.
Your dad didn't know what he had. He's like, I didn't know my daughter was. I thought she was a responsible drunk.
It's 14% alcohol. What did I think was going to happen?
They spell hypnotic with a Q. That should tell you something.
Comes with glow sticks in the box.
Yes. You get so
Dad.
drunk you can't spell properly anymore. All right, I got a break. I will have another $1,000 for you around 5:30. That's your next chance to go fund yourself. So be listening for that keyword. If you want to text in here at the break, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to shoot me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thank you to Caesar Budmore, who's helping out in the video department today. You can get the latest episodes of The Bill Squire Show and the Poundcake podcast there. If you're listening on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where. Anthony is a new bureau chief in East Lansing. He's going to school at Michigan State University, where my son matriculates. Pat is a new listener in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Craig is in Phoenix, Arizona. Nick is in San Francisco. Alana is a bureau chief in Dover, New Hampshire. And Debbie listens in Carlsbad, California. So thanks, gang, for listening. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there anytime you like. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys, what's going on? It's Mike out in Huron. Listening to last week's shows, and, man, Poundcake was really on one all week long. First of all, I find it incredibly ironic that he had an issue with a lady coughing while at a $9.99 sushi buffet. And not to mention...
Was it a $9.99 sushi buffet?
No, it actually wasn't while he's talking. It was actually a pretty expensive buffet.
Huh. An expensive buffet.
But I don't know because I didn't pay it. My man paid for it.
Oh, I see.
But I've been there before, and it's not cheap.
Okay.
So I wanted...
That's the one down the street here.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's high-end.
9. All had to listen to him eat his damn gummy worms, but you didn't hear us complain about that.
What are you talking about?
Huh? What? Who's that?
He's saying he listened and he didn't complain.
He's talking about himself, not
I
us.
complained because I'm the
Everyone
professional.
complained.
Yes. He did. He's saying he didn't. He's saying no one complained. He means no one in the sense that he's talking about himself. Perhaps no one in his house who was enjoying the Poundcake podcast complained about it.
But you didn't hear us complain about that. Secondly, Cody, leave the damn bees alone. If you don't know how much we need them, then clearly your mom should have bought you a science book rather than a damn rotisserie chicken, because without them, you're not eating no gummy worms. And lastly, Mary...
Wait, did you go off on bees?
You said we don't need
Kill
bees.
the bees.
Kill the bees.
Oh, well...
Stung something.
He's sweet. He doesn't know. Yeah. He's never heard of... You ever heard of colony collapse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't care. I want all the bees gone. I don't
You want
care.
what?
You don't care.
I don't care about colony collapse.
I don't care about climate change. I don't care about colony collapse. I don't care colostomies. I want everything. I want it all gone.
Colostomies, colostous.
Colostomies, whatever it is.
Because I'm stupid. I don't care.
Yeah, okay.
Nope, don't care. Do you know that I don't care?
I love you. You're not a white B word like the brown B word called you. We all know this.
I don't know what he's talking about now, but
Me.
okay.
He said, Mary, I love you. You're not a white B word.
Like the brown B word called you.
Oh, right. Poundcake
Yeah.
called you a white bitch.
Yes.
Yeah, I see. So, well, he did.
It was
Yeah, he did.
it was a reflex. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
That's the problem. Someday you're going to call the wrong woman a white bitch.
Or I'll call the right woman a white bitch. Because if she goes, I don't know why that would
I think you already did because Mary didn't go in there and kick your ass. So
No,
I
but
think
I'm
you're
saying
probably okay.
If I got my ass kicked by someone that I called a white bitch, I think I would laugh the whole time because I would deserve it. I'm just randomly on the street, hey, white bitch. Hey, you white bitch, can you hear me?
He's entertaining himself. He'd be laughing the whole time, man. Oh, my God. Oh, please.
I do have manners. I only call Mary white bitches because I know she can take it, and we like that. We kiki. We have fun. We're friends.
When was the last time you guys kikied, Mary? Did you guys kiki?
Yesterday, I think.
Yesterday?
Did we kiki yesterday?
We kiki.
Yeah.
All right.
But if I don't have any manners, if I just go on the street or in the grocery store, like, hey, you white bitch, can you pass me like a can of beans in the aisle? I deserve it.
See, that's him laughing the whole time he's getting beaten up.
He met my mom yesterday. He wasn't like, Mrs. White Bitch. Very
I was going to
nice
say,
to meet you.
your daughter's the top bitch. Your daughter's my favorite white bitch.
Let's see where she gets it.
Yeah, I don't know why. And you just saying it so cavalierly just makes me laugh. Is it? And Poundcake calling me a white bitch.
Well, because you do. Because like every other word out of your mouth is that word.
Not every other word.
It's in there a lot.
Every seventh.
Listen, you should agree with me because that's precisely why people don't get upset with you. Under normal circumstances. Like, I'm not a fan of that word. I just think it's a gross word. It doesn't make me feel good. I don't, but you call everyone that.
Or it's a buddy, a pal, a confidant.
Why not use buddy or pal?
Because that's lame.
The only time I really
just like I take my power back, just like with gay.
But calling somebody bitch is not lame to you?
No.
Okay. See, to me, it's like a super bro move. So, which is the epitome of lame.
Bro move?
Yeah.
How is it a bro move?
To call a chick a bitch?
But
how is that
like,
bro?
This bitch.
Because every bro calls women bitches.
You're just a fat bitch.
But
yeah,
they
exactly.
say it as
like,
in,
it couldn't be lamer.
They say it with malice, and they're
Right,
trying to
but you
degrade.
has
I'm
no
not trying to.
And I said it myself
trying
that
to
it's
degrade.
not malicious. I'm just saying that, like, we know that.
Yes, but
not everyone's going to know that.
But the tone in my voice, I think you can tell, and especially because
People place too much emphasis on tone. People think tone is somehow universally translated as to what the people go, well, I'm just sarcastic. No, you're a pain in the ass. I mean, I know sarcasm. You know, we all know people like that.
Right.
I'm just sarcastic.
I'm fluent in
I don't.
sarcasm.
I don't think you know what sarcasm means.
I actually don't know anybody that's sarcastic.
But
if I said that out in public, with people I don't know, which I wouldn't,
right?
They would tell, oh, he's definitely he's
I understand.
Gay. and he's talking to a girlfriend. Most girls would catch up. Oh, one of his gal friends are probably nearby.
Right, but you
girls
also
catch
know.
on to that.
But you also know that not every gay dude talks the same way.
Yes, they do.
They don't. They don't. I've had a lot of gay friends, and you are by far the most stereotypically gay guy I've ever known.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I mean, I've had a lot of gay friends. None of them were like, you know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of, you're not alone in that. I'm just saying that is what kind of defeats the purpose of claiming like a universality.
I had to get on my knees a lot to be at this point in my life.
He isn't listening. He's doing his own thing. All right, I got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance for you to get on your knees and go fund yourself. So good luck and God bless.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword TRIP at WMMS.com. That's TRIP. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Speaking of bees, by the way, I was reading about how they were finding radiation in honey, like decades. You know, we've got a guy named Jimbo who is one of our bureau chiefs, and he's out in Alamogordo, which is where the very first atomic tests were done in the 50s. And I was reading a thing that said that and I don't even know how you would discover this, because who's going over their honey with a Geiger counter, but maybe they do regular tests of things. But they said that fallout from nuclear bomb tests in the 50s and 60s is showing up in United States honey. And they're not dangerous. And they were probably higher a couple of decades ago. But that would be pretty wild. This is information that comes from soil scientists and showing that nuclear fallout is still out there. And they found it in honey. Now, my brain goes immediately to, is there any potential for superpowers here?
Oh.
And probably not.
Is this how the Wasp got her powers?
No, she doesn't have powers.
She's in Ant-Man and Wasp?
Well, she's got powers, but it's like technology.
She's got a machine that makes her tiny.
She's Iron Man.
No.
She's not Iron Man?
No.
She's a Wasp.
She's the Wasp.
She's
Hank Pym's daughter.
Oh, Hank
She's just a
Pym.
Protestant that fights crime.
She's a Christian. She's a Protestant?
Yeah. He's a Protestant that fights crime, like Elon Musk's mother.
I have a question about bees. When does the queen bee ever leave its hive?
Is this a joke? It sounds like a popsicle stick joke.
No, I'm not. I'm being serious because I saw a picture on Twitter of a car covered in bees.
Oh yeah, because all the other bees had followed the queen.
Yeah, the queen got stuck in there somehow, and they just swarmed this car. And I was just thinking, like, some just poor unsuspecting mom is just going back to her car for whatever, leaving the grocery store, and her car is full of bees, and like you don't know which bee is the queen bee. So what do you do?
So you don't know. You don't care about bees. You would like us to have the answers for you.
I'm curious as to why they swarm. And
But you don't care about
because
bees.
it's the bee. They follow the queen wherever.
the queen.
Yeah.
Yes, but why did I was almost say why did that bitch leave the nest?
See, he stopped himself. Queen bitch.
She has like 1,000 or so, minions. Why does she even have to leave the hive?
Because sometimes the hive gets destroyed, so they have to start over.
Imposter bees.
So.
You got to put on a tiny little glasses and a mustache.
It was infiltrated.
A queen will stay in a hive for about a week as the remaining worker bees get accustomed to their new queen. This is a new queen in a hive. And then she'll leave for about 3 days in a row to go on mating flights. So she goes out to get laid. That's right. She's in her hoe phase. She's a virgin bee queen.
This is what's going to turn him on to bees. He's going to be all about bees now because of the hoe phase.
After her nuptial flight, the queen bee returns to the hive and never leaves again. Wow. So she goes out. Did you read that story about that dude in Texas? Old guy in Texas. He got stung to death.
Oh, God, no.
Because he was
mowing.
So this woman is a 70-year-old guy, and this woman is telling her husband, please be careful. You're going out back to mow the lawn near this like old dead tree or something that they knew had bees around it or near it. And he's like, don't tell me. I'm going to go back there and blah, blah. And exactly what the wife was worried about is what happened. This guy's mowing his lawn, and he got too close to this tree or whatever, and the tree's full of like those African honeybees. Like that's what they call the killer bees. Tree's full of it. He's swarmed with bees and has a cardiac arrest. It's a heart attack because he's getting stung by all these bees. And the wife goes out and she's trying to help him. And
Well, what do you even do? Get a hose
bees,
or something?
Yeah,
like what do you?
Firearms are useless against them.
Yeah, that's what it is. But this guy, so there is a case to be made there for like, maybe listening to somebody else.
Well, not a woman.
Would you be careful out there by the... In Texas. Yeah, that's true.
Bees! Bees! Bees in the car! Bees everywhere! God, they're huge! They're ripping my flesh off!
Bees.
Your firearms are useless against them. Africanized honeybees, a whole different ballgame, they say.
I was going to say, don't you spray foam inside the hive and then, like, it kills all the bees inside of it?
I don't think you're supposed to do any of that. You got to call someone.
No, I know. I'm not saying you, but that's how they get rid of them. Because I remember we had one in, like, our front bush, and I don't know if it was bees or hornets. It was a big, big nest. It's the biggest nest I've ever seen. And some guy just came and sprayed it, and it looked like just shaving cream, and it just
I think that's usually
everything.
what they do. That there was like a still shot here. I think that's what they did to this tree. But like these particular kinds of bees that they have in Texas or wherever they have those African bees, they're like super, super sensitive to vibration.
Ew.
So even if you're out there with like a string trimmer or something, and absolutely a lawnmower,
They just feel threatened.
defensive and the whole thing.
One of my favorite scees from The Office is when he's trying to get rid of the hornet's
Nate,
nest.
yeah. Oh my gosh,
He's trying
that's
to pick
so
all
funny.
the tools.
Like a bat? No. Oh, flamethrower.
Yeah, Dwight just lays out a bunch of options for him to use to try and remove this hornet's nest from in front of the office, and does not make a smart choice.
A bunch of options.
A flamethrower seems like it would be a good choice. What's wrong with a flamethrower?
Catch on fire.
Yeah, it's on a tree. Could
Light the building on fire.
Hola, amigo. Hola. ¿Tú eres un buen worker?
Sí, yo muy bueno worker.
Hey, that's Colin Robertson.
He's my favorite person.
Y el acento, ¿dónde are you
Isn't he
from?
the guy that talks about Jeff did it?
What do you mean?
Colin Robertson. Isn't there a scene where he's like, Jeff did it? Isn't that a deep dive on The Office?
I don't think
Pam's
so.
trying to figure out the guy's name, and he goes, yeah, Jeff did it.
Oh, I don't know.
Scranton. Y before that, La Philadelphia.
You speak English?
Yes, I'm really good at English.
Okay, good. Me too. Get in the car.
Who is this guy by our cars?
That is my new maintenance worker, Nate. And you'll be happy to know that he's taking care of that hornet's nest that you've been griping about.
I got stung up my dress.
Poor hornet. I've left him all the tools he needs. This is do or die. If he chooses correctly, he'll conquer
There's
the
a bow and arrow down there.
And if he doesn't? He'll die.
What?
Beg your pardon? When did the phrase do or die become so corrupted?
Is that a blowtorch? No. No.
Interesting choice.
Oh, yes.
Very, very
Walking
smart.
away. Go away. No!
Oh,
Oh,
the bats.
no! What is he doing?
Oh, they're stinging him.
No.
He's just swinging a baseball bat.
At bees.
At bees.
Hornets.
Not smart.
It's a great episode.
Hey, Marie.
Hi.
Hi.
So you want to know about honeybee swarms?
Sure. You read my
Well,
mind.
Honeybees are very different than yellow jackets and hornets, so please make sure you understand that. Honeybees are much sweeter.
Yeah.
You'll find swarms, particularly like right now, if your hive gets overcrowded, they will make a new queen and half of the workers will leave with her. And they usually will go to a tree branch or a car window or certain places. And when you see these swarms, believe it or not, they look scary, but they're the most docile you'll ever find them.
So they look scary, but they're completely docile. Docile, as Poundcake would say. All right.
And they communicate through dance.
You can also call your local beekeeper association for swarm renewal.
I have a local beekeeper association? I didn't. Do I pay dues to them or what? A local
we
beekeeper.
do.
Oh, okay. What are you, a melitologist, or what do you do?
I'm a beekeeper, and I am
So a
actually,
melitologist.
part of the association.
Oh, all right.
Apiarist. Or is that a honey thing?
That's a honey thing. Yeah, the beekeepers, it's so greedy. Keeping all these bees. What about a bee releaser?
You know,
Is that your sworn enemy?
The bee releaser? Yeah, I don't want to release my bees. Well, they get released all the time. They're out and about and foraging and getting pollen and making me some delicious honey and some awesome beeswax right now. So
Yeah.
if they come home, I treat them well.
And you're making soap and stuff? And do you have any radiation in your honey like that story was talking about?
Not that I'm aware of.
Break out the Geiger counter, baby. Figure that
I
out.
mean, in Cleveland, Ohio, then again, you know, it is Cleveland.
Well, and these are
I'm on the
they're
west
all
side.
they're all shipped from all over. I mean, not in your case because you're doing your thing locally. But okay, listen, good tips. Thank you, Marie. I appreciate that. There's Marie, local beekeepers association. Man, is that a BA or a BKA? Hey, Woody. Hello, Woody.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
How's it, brother?
Hanging in there.
Yeah, I was talking about a bee, the queen bee leaving and starting another nest. Maria was just talking about a little bit, but we were doing a job on Brook Park Road, and I experienced it firsthand. This giant swarm came over the top, the edge of this building that we were working on, and literally like darkened the sky. I thought it was locusts at first. I didn't know what the H was going on, but it was just bananas because they just kind of like swept up over the edge of the building, over the roof, and it just like almost blocked out the sun. And I was like, what in the world is this? And you know, come to find out it was just a hive of bees making their move to someplace else.
And keep in mind, thank you, Woody. Keep in mind, none of this moves Poundcake at all. He couldn't care less. He wants bees to be gone. He doesn't care.
Not at all.
He's got no thoughts whatsoever on this.
Nunya Beeswax.
Nunya Beeswax is his name. When he checks in under a pseudonym somewhere, he's Nunya Beeswax. Right. Okay, I've got a break. You want to get a text 35192 to do that. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks.
Send lots of money.
Economic impact payments.
Eventually.
Skeet, 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 skeet. He makes love to his wife and gets up. Skeet, 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 skeet.
Sorry about that.
You know what's so dope about skeet? White people don't know what it means yet. When they figure it out, they're going to be like, my God, what have we done?
Reading an article out there, the Kirtland Country Club. You know where the Kirtland Country Club is?
Macedonia.
The old KCC. Mary, it's in Kirtland, Ohio.
Oh.
Apparently there are a bunch of people on a rainy, cold, wet, I guess that's rainy, Mother's Day. Dozens of people were out there with signs out in front of the Kirtland Country Club to protest the skeet shooting that's going on out there. People are just out, skeet, 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 saying it's a complete nuisance for anybody who lives out there. They didn't do skeet shooting out there after they took a 35-year hiatus.
They just brought it back now?
Brought it back a couple of years ago, but it only takes place on the weekends during the club's off-season. I wonder what would precipitate the reinstatement of skeet shooting after 35 years off.
A bunch of skeets.
Is there a renewed demand for skeet shooting?
Maybe they got a new president.
We got all these skeets piling up. What are we going to do with these?
We got a good deal on a bunch of skeet, so we had to get them. You know, people want it. People like shooting skeet.
I've never done it. You've shot skeet?
I did it when I was a kid. I haven't done it in a long time.
What is it?
You shoot.
Fire up clay pigeons and then you track them while they're flying through. Yeah, I mean, it's skeet shooting. They don't allow it during the summer months because they don't want to disturb their members who are golfing, playing tennis at the pool. But the people who live near the country club,
screw them.
They're like, come on, man. It's just nonstop. Apparently, there's a lot of people out there shooting skeet, and it's disturbing everybody from the elderly and small kids. And
do you think you would be good at that?
Who?
You?
No.
Okay.
It's not that hard because you get a shotgun and it's got a spread, so you don't have to be super accurate.
I thought I was going to be amazing at axe throwing.
I feel like I would hit myself.
Turns out my ex-wife is really good at it.
Yeah,
she's
she
drunk.
and my wife had a road trip, and she killed it. But no, I went to my wife's cousin's bachelor party. It had to be pre-COVID. I mean, this was, so it would have been like around Thanksgiving of 2019. And we went to one of these bar axe throwing places that are kind of sprouting up in a lot of spots. And I was like, oh, I'm going to nail this. I don't know why I thought I was going to be good at it.
I'm the same way.
Because I understand what goes into it, and I thought I had a pretty good handle on the physics of it and everything.
Well, you're really sharp, so.
I really stunk.
That was mine and my boyfriend's first date, was axe throwing. He beat me, but I was very good. He was freakishly good.
But it's one of these things, it was all dudes, obviously. There were probably 15 of us.
Mine too, on our first date.
Yeah. And, it's
a bachelor date.
Yeah. I picked him because he was the best axe thrower.
Yeah.
Stood out.
Good choice.
So I'm among dudes, and it's also something that I guess is inherently masculine. Yeah. So halfway through, I'm like, man, I really blow at this. And I thought I was going to be good at it. So the skeet shooting, I go, I'm not predicting anything. I don't think that I would be good at shooting skeet.
I want to try axe throwing. I think I've done it when I was a kid in Boy Scouts, but that was a long time ago.
But you weren't trying to hit a target, were you?
Yeah.
Oh, you weren't.
More annoying than the skeet shooting itself is that the dog always pops up when you miss and snickers at you and then
hurts
hides.
my feelings.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you can't even shoot a gun, you stupid dog.
They said, you really don't want to spend any time outside on the weekend at all, said one resident who lives near one of the club's borders.
Well, it's about to be summer, so they need to shut up because then they're not going to have to worry about it.
They call it a noise issue and an ethical issue, one woman said, because what right
all those skeet?
What right do these people have to cause this much noise? and damage the lives of the family in the area. I mean, it would be really annoying. And a lot of the people assembled.
You move near a country club, and you know country club people love shooting shotguns at clay pigeons.
Is that true?
I don't know.
Or you're used to having golf balls in your house.
I don't know anything about country clubs, but I didn't realize country clubs offered skeet shooting.
My first job in restaurant industry was at a country club.
Were they shooting skeet?
They were not that I know of. But I mean, it was kind of the atmosphere was very much whatever the members want. So I'm sure that if the members decided that was something they wanted to do, they're like, okay, you pay a bunch of money to be here. They bent over backwards for their members.
But also you'd need more than one guy who goes, I think it'd be pretty cool if you guys had skeet to shoot out here. You'd have to have enough people to make it worth their while.
5 people.
I think skeet shooting's pretty popular, especially in a place like Kirtland.
No, I'm saying they would only need a couple dudes. Enough that there's an interest for a couple rounds. Okay, there's 5 or 6 of us that do it every weekend, would be my guess.
I mean, what's your CPS on that? What's your cost per skeet?
I mean, skeet are not that expensive, so I imagine it's the reason they do it is because they're making money on it.
Kids at a local shop class just making them.
Right.
Yes. I made this ashtray for my mom. Nope, that's a skeet now.
The people who were protesting outside the Kirtland Country Club were quick to point out that this isn't a gun issue, because they said a lot of us own guns. It's a noise issue. It's a good citizen issue.
Quieter guns.
Quieter guns is the question.
You can have a silencer on a shotgun.
I mean, all of a sudden people care about being good citizens? Give me a break. We are all Second Amendment supporters, the guy pointed out. I've personally done a lot of shooting, but it has no place a mere 1,000 yards away from families. Yeah, but isn't everybody out that way? Anybody who's shooting, aren't they a few 1,000 yards away from some other family?
You're not supposed to be shooting in your backyard.
Well, according to this guy, apparently. Well, I guess. They said they were within their legal rights to do it, Kirtland Country Club. And that the nuisance noise issues by the locals are being overblown. Boy, this is a real, what was the tagline on Caddyshack? The clowns versus the, what was it?
Kill all the gophers.
No. It was the tagline on Caddyshack.
Everybody's getting laid.
It was somebody will tell me. On the poster. Oh, the slobs versus the snobs. This is a real slobs versus the snobs. I don't know if these people are slobs, but for the purposes of the analogy, I'll draw it. Slobs versus the snobs. They said the country club people haven't even talked to them or addressed the situation. If it wasn't a nuisance, why aren't they doing it all year round? Ooh, check and mate, right?
Well, they said they didn't want to bother the people playing golf. Now, that would definitely be a nuisance for somebody if you're shooting skeet and in their backswing, they're hearing that. Golf.
Because it
golf
affects
over
the other members.
Skeet shooting. Yes.
They should have a skeet shooting competition to settle this once and for all. A local group a couple of years ago called End the Noise, which you'll remember, a very popular Anthrax song, filed a civil lawsuit against the country club. All this over skeet. Skeet, skeet, skeet.
Are they playing Lil Jon while they do it?
Yeah! Yes, they are. What? They can't hear because they're so loud from the skeet. They go, what? We've tried every type of method, writing and calling.
Those are methods, yeah.
They are. Yes, and now we're taking action. They said, we hope that the country club gets the message that we're not going away until this stops. Somebody's holding a sign that says pet abusers, I guess, because of the noise is freaking their dogs out.
Oh, yeah.
And there's all hurting families. Stop hurting families.
Yeah, don't hurt families. Let them keep their space.
Free range.
Not herding families, hurting families.
Oh.
Yes, I'm sorry. I wasn't clear. Hey, Sean.
Hello.
Hey, Sean, what's going on?
How you doing, Alan?
Good.
Hey, I live in North Lawrence, Ohio, and we have the North Lawrence Fish and Game Club.
Yeah.
And they have probably 12 shooting stations there. And I live maybe a mile from there. it doesn't bother you at all. If the wind's blowing the right way, you don't hear it anyway. And then we have
but North Lawrence, you're out in the but Sean, in North Lawrence, you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, but that the relevance is, what if you live near a place like that?
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, they live on the country club. I'm sorry for their luck, I guess. You know what I mean? They have to dodge golf balls and everything else. And they're but
well, I'll tell you what. The irony at the North Lawrence Fishing Game Club is that the fishing is the loud part. These guys yell and scream, and that's the problem they get.
Well, I haven't been there to fish, but you know, and then we have a gun range on maybe a mile, not even that, half mile to the north of me, and they shoot like I've heard 50 caliber machine guns, and I actually had a call at 9 in the morning say, "Look, dude, that's we got to stop." You know.
Sure.
I mean, that's ridiculous, but. You know, when you live around something like that, it's just like we live in farmland, right? There's signs around here on farms that when you live out here, you know that it's an agricultural place and they're going to spread manure. You deal with it.
Yeah, everywhere you go is going to smell like crap if you're living out there.
And,
I mean, listen, I've shot mesquite. And that was much easier because the tree's just standing there. It doesn't move.
I just had 2 shots of similar to mesquite just a little bit ago. Some El Jimador.
Yeah. Oh, hey, nice. All right, thank you, Sean. Adios, gracias. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Alan, how you doing tonight?
What's good? How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Yes, I belong to a hunt club. Half our property is in Amherst, Ohio.
For you.
Yeah.
The other half is in Lorraine. We've got over 500 acres.
Yeah.
And, we have skeet, we have trap, we have sporting clays, all kinds of different shooting. The rule is we're not allowed to shoot before 9 there. Our neighbors, we've been there for, I think, 55, 60 years. So they kind of moved into the area knowing that there was shooting going on. We do have a rifle range as well, but I mean, everybody's responsible individuals. As far as being able to shoot at a country club, we do have a connection with the local country club where we can use their facilities, but that doesn't mean that the golfing members of the country club can come out and use our facilities because there's a certain amount of safety that.
But Matt, you've been doing it a long time out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think, I mean, to your point of people moving in when you guys are doing that, I get that. I think these people, their issue is there was a 35-year hiatus, and then a couple of years ago, they start doing skeet again, and I guess the people who live around there are like, yeah, we moved out here during that 35-year hiatus. We didn't even realize it was a hiatus. We just didn't realize they were... So, yeah, I don't know.
I clocked in late, so I guess I didn't quite understand that part. Yeah, I could see people having problems moving into something like that.
Yeah.
I guess it just depends on what the local laws are, you know, the local jurisdiction and what kind of rules they have on something like that.
Yeah, it sounds to me like
that would be interesting.
I imagine the country club is aware of what they can do legally. And you don't have much recourse if you live there, and they're within their rights.
Sure.
You know, the people can stand up.
Typically, a country club does have access to a fair number of lawyers. So yeah,
yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Yeah. Hey, Craig. Hello, Craig.
Hey, sorry, Alan.
What's going on?
Love the show.
Thank you, sir.
Poundcake had mentioned about shotgun silencers. And I know he said thinking they don't actually have those, but they actually do. And that would definitely help out with that situation.
So they could potentially invest in some shotgun silencers, and then all you'd hear is the cracking of the skeet rather than the firing of the gun.
Way quieter.
Yeah, I mean, silencers, they're not really like how a lot of people think. They're still kind of loud. They definitely take the decibels down, but they're still pretty loud. But when you're considering them shooting and people hearing it across,
so it's not like in the movies where it just sounds like pew.
No.
You put a plastic bottle on the end of it, yeah. So even
like a small caliber, yeah. But
so I would imagine out there every little bit helps. So even if you have like a shotgun suppressor or something like that, every little bit probably helps.
Right. But with any type of suppressor now, you have to wait 9 months to even be able to buy one. You have to pay a $200 tax stamp to the
Oh, really?
government.
Oh, man. See, they're making these guys wait to suppress their shotgun fire. What the hell's going on around here? Okay, thank you, Craig. I appreciate the call. Hey, Corey.
Hello.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I live in Kirtland, and I got a couple buddies that live right there by the skeet shooting place, and it's not even that loud at all. People just need to find something to complain about.
Yeah, but I mean, these people were standing outside yesterday in the rain with signs. I feel like
Mother's Day.
if it wasn't that big of a deal, at least to some people, they'd be like, yeah, we could sit this one out. I mean, if it was mildly annoying, that's one thing. But like, these people had signs made up. These weren't handwritten signs. These were, unless there's some interest group that's behind the whole thing. You know, a lot of times these protests are the furthest thing from organic, but I don't know. So you live out there and you're saying it's not that big of a deal.
Well, personally, I could care less, you know. But there's, you know, in that area, it is an older, quote unquote, part of Kirtland. So I can understand why people are getting upset. But it's not every Saturday, every week for the next 10 years. You know, it's once a year, a couple days here and there. And
I see.
It's not that bad. As far as I know, they put up, you know, giant backstops to try and deaden the sound some. And it's not like it's, you know, like somebody else said, it's not like they're shooting, you know, fully automatic 50 cals. It's just
Right. They're not doing it like next to somebody's driveway in the parking lot or whatever it is.
Yeah. That I can see. That would be super irritating. And it's not like it's in downtown Kirtland by the schools. It's up on top of a hill. So, you know,
And Corey, full disclosure, you're not a member of the country club.
Correct.
I want to make sure he's not double agenting me over here.
No. Every time I hit a golf ball, it goes the opposite way.
Right. Slice it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Corey. There's Corey who lives out in Kirtland and says, not that big of a deal. I saw people all pissed off because the NRA tweeted on Mother's Day, and there was a big mass shooting in Colorado. 7 people got killed at a birthday party. Somebody who was there, her angry ex-boyfriend showed up, killed a bunch of people, and then killed himself. And people were all pissed because the NRA had tweeted out, like, a picture of Mama didn't raise no victims or something like that. Geez. And they're all mad, and I'm like, I'm pretty confident that no matter when the NRA tweets, it's going to be against the backdrop of a recent mass shooting.
Yeah.
So you can't even really get mad at them because A, that's what they do. B, there's always somebody getting shot. Like, when are they supposed to tweet where somebody isn't also getting murdered? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's nothing.
Happens all the time.
There's no time when they can ever do that.
Guys, make sure they're talking to their social media team. Make sure this goes out in a non-shooting window. When the hell is that going to happen?
Well, they could probably change the tone of their tweets.
Do you think the NRA has, like, interns tweeting for them like CNN or like Fox News sometimes does? Because they always spell names wrong in, like, the scroll.
I don't follow the NRA. I don't know.
I thought they went out of business or were bankrupt or
Bankrupt
whatever.
doesn't mean you go out of business.
Well, bankrupt.
I know.
Yeah.
I know where we work.
I guess we would know.
Yeah. And the president of that country club is some French dude named Clay Pigeon. All right, well, fine. Écoutez et répétez. Stop it with the skeet shooting. I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is coming up at 6:30. I'll have another keyword for you in about 20 minutes. Help you go fund yourself.
The Alan Cox.
truth. Okay, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. What you got coming up, William?
I just want to say thank you once again to everybody that came out this weekend. Thank you to Hilarities. Thank you to Jeremy from Helium Records. Thanks to Mary. Thanks Poundcake for coming out. Alan, thank you for helping me get a platform to be able to do something like this. And then check out the Bill Squire Show on iHeartRadio and follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary Lynn?
Instagram, Mary Santora Comedy. Twitter, Mary_Santora.
Poundcake?
Bill, you're welcome for my presence. Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. And Poundcake Podcast at AlanCoxShow.com.
He said you're welcome for his presence at your shows.
Never mind.
Rescind is what he... Okay, thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. We will talk to you again tomorrow. 420 all this week. Those tickets for 9 Inch Nails and Pixies. They're doing 2 shows in September, 21st and 23rd. So I've got tickets for you for the second night, WMMS.com. You can register for that first night there. So we'll hand those off again tomorrow. Cavs try to do it again tonight. They're playing the Pacers at 7:30 at the Romo Fijo. So 7 o'clock, about 35 minutes away, is when your pregame will begin. And next chance for you to grab $1,000 in about 7 minutes or 6:30. Next keyword for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely for that, and good luck. The show is available on demand all the time on the iHeartRadio app. If you want to watch it, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And anytime you need to leave us a message, you can do that too. After hours line 216-986-8903.